230,000 dead globally due to armed conflict. And 84 million are forcibly displaced from their hometown or home place. And there are 2 billion people living in the conflict area now. And out of this, 333 million need humanitarian assistance. In other words, in the area, 1 in 23% need help. Armed conflict also affect the GDP of the country. GDP loss of the conflict affected areas is around 41%. Child victims. Violence of the war have consequences on the physical, emotional, and behavioral and educational on the child victims. For example, in Yemen, currently 8 million children faces starvation, and lack of food and health care is the cause of 60% of the death of the children. 50% of Ukrainian refugees, which comes around which comes around 1.77 to 2.599 million people, children in Europe are enrolled in school. 50% missed the school. Out of these, 50% missed the school. Sudan and Afghanistan. In Sudan and Afghanistan, 222 million need educational assistance at the moment. In modern warfare, a study in 1983 report that World War I civilian injury was minimal, 5%. In World War II, the civilian injury was increased 50%. In Vietnam War, it was 90%. And the current armed conflicts around the world, the civilian injuries is around 90%. Deliberate and systematic violence are deployed to terrorize the whole population in their homes and families by torture, mutilation, execution in front of the family, molestations of the women folk, destroying homes, and these acts result in severe personal, social, cultural, and economic dislocation. A brief scenario of Manipur following the conflict. Let me give you a scenario of recent Kuki-Meitei armed conflict. Armed conflict suddenly erupted in Manipur, resulting in violence, deaths, property loss of homes, loss of income of many families. On 3rd of May 2023, a large number of Kuki militants with guns and other lethal weapons attacked Meitei community in and around Churachandpur town, shooting indiscriminately, killing, burning houses, temples and churches. As gunfire, physical assault, property destruction, looting and reportedly rape escalated within 24 hours. All the Meitei from Churachandpur area ran, leaving all their possessions. Attacks with gun and bomb by Kuki militants spread to other parts of the state, at villages bordering the hills. Meitei in the valley started reacting. Kuki settlements in valley area. Meitei from Kuki dominated area fled to Meitei dominated area, and vice versa. Kuki fled to Kuki dominated area, causing displacement of large number of population of both communities. At many border villages, women folk and children are evacuated to safer places, and male members stayed back to guard their homes day and night from militant onslaught. As gun violence and mass protests spread all over the state. Large number of state and central forces are deployed to prevent further loss of life and property. Despite all the security measures, exchange of gunfire between Kuki militant and the combined security forces and village volunteers are going on. There are frequent mass protests by women folk and civil society organizations for not taking up positive action by both state and the central government and its security forces to restore peace. Combing operation by security forces for recovery of weapons and ammunition has started. Even after 7 months, guns are still fired at border villages, kidnapping, killing still continues. One of the highways which bring in essential commodities is still blocked. People of Manipur are in a dire situation. Meitei cannot go to Kuki area, Kuki cannot come to Meitei area. And none of the displaced person can go back to their homes. In this conflict of Manipur, many people lost homes, property, loved ones, and they lost their work and income. Their education with the students are disturbed. Above all, there is no visible sign of reconciliation or going back to their homes to relive a normal life. Report of in the first 4 months of the violence is that 4,796 houses, 386 temples and churches are burned. 70,000 people are displaced. It is increased, there were 175 deaths. There were 118 injuries, 32 missing, 96 unclaimed bodies, 5,172 cases of arson, 5,668 arms looted. Unofficial figures are higher and is increasing. Understanding the impact for our psychosocial stability, understanding the impact is very important. Armed conflicts and war have devastating effect on the mental and social well-being of individuals and communities. The psychosocial effect of the people on war zone area are the impacts of this war and violence. Psychosocial effects of armed forces, armed conflicts, I describing under 3 headings. 1, mental health problem. Traumatic events like killing, maiming, that means serious injury, burning of their homes, income loss, loss of loved ones, gender-based violence can lead to post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and depression in 30 to 70% of people. It also can lead to anxiety, substance abuse, and suicidal ideas. Second, psychosocial distress. Living in an armed conflict zone, people faces chronic stress, insecurity, lack of basic services, poverty. That affects the daily life of functioning and satisfaction. This distress can impair the people's ability to cope, adapt, and recover from adversity. Thirdly, social and economic consequences. Conflicts disrupt the social and economic life, affect income from work, business, or farm. It affects the educational outcome. It even affects the peer relationship, even family interaction. And frustration and no resource at hand may result in aggressive behavior, criminal activities, sometimes prostitution. It's quite common. In other parts of the world, we don't have any study here. Surprisingly, people have resilience. Community and people have resilience. Role of resilience. Despite all the problems, individuals and communities have remarkable resilience. Resilience is rooted in social support, cultural and religious beliefs, positive emotions, and self-efficacy. Understanding and fostering this resilience is a key part of any intervention strategy. Understanding and fostering this resilience is a key part of any intervention strategy. Interventions. Let me come to interventions for psychosocial stability. Interventions to prevent or reduce the psychosocial effect. We may not be able to completely prevent, so we have to try to reduce the psychosocial effect. 4 steps are available. 1, mental health and psychosocial support service to the community and to the people. These services provide mental health service and social support service. I am talking about this. These services provide counseling, psychosocial therapy, psychotherapy, and medication to the individual suffering from mental health problem. They also offer psychosocial support to help individuals cope with stress and adversity. Second, education and vocational training. These programs provide individuals with skills and knowledge they need to rebuild their lives and contribute to their communities. Thirdly, microfinance and income generation. It is very important. These initiatives provide individuals with financial resources and they need to start business, create job, and stimulate economic growth. Lastly, peace building reconciliation initiative. These initiatives promote peace and reconciliation by addressing the root causes of conflict and fostering social cohesion, which we are not seeing in our state at the moment. This effort may be there, but we are not observing it. Services available for mental health and economic, education and peace living is outside our forum. That's why I am discussing the services which we can do. That means services available for mental health and psychosocial interventions. They are cognitive behavior therapy, CBT, a form of psychotherapy that helps people identify and challenge negative thoughts and behaviors that contribute to their emotional distress and maladaptive coping. CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, can help people with various emotional disorders such as depression, anxiety, phobias, post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. Another form of therapy is that interpersonal therapy, another form of psychotherapy that focus, second one, that focus on improving the quality and the pattern of one's interpersonal relationship. IPT can help people with mood disorder such as major depressive disorder and bipolar disorder by addressing issues such as grief, role transition, interpersonal conflict, and social isolation. Third, mindfulness-based intervention. It is a group of intervention that incorporate mindfulness practices such as meditation, breathing exercises, and body awareness to cultivate a non-judgmental and a present moment awareness of one's thought, feelings, and sensation. MBI can help people with stress, pain, negative emotions, and enhance their self-compassion, acceptance, and well-being. Next available service is gratitude service, a type of positive psychology intervention. It is a type of positive psychology intervention that involves expressing or reflecting on one's appreciation for the positive aspects of one's life, such as people, event, and experience. Gratitude exercises can increase one's happiness, optimism, satisfaction with life, and reduce negative emotions such as envy, resentment, and regret. Next thing available is objective assessment. This is can be used a method of measuring. This is a method of measuring and monitoring one's psychological functioning and progress utilizing standardized and validated tools such as questionnaire, scales, or tests. Objective assessment can help people to understand or gain insight of their strength, inner strength, and weaknesses, set realistic and achievable goals, evaluate the effectiveness of their intervention. Mental health component, which are discussing is only one, which we are discussing is only one issue. It is of the multiple issues of the victims. Now, what about the other issues? There are efforts from the government and public to provide the basic needs of the displaced victims, but the help rendered is the tip of the iceberg for the problems of the victims. The victims and the public are becoming pessimistic and unsure about their own fate and the fate of the Manipur at this juncture. Citizens of Manipur are keen to see both state and central government to immediately sort out a short-term and a long-term plan for adequate resources, manpower to implement issue-based strategies, strong wills of the concerned authorities to end the conflict is a priority. Thereafter, a well-planned intervention strategies can be implemented for rehabilitation and psychosocial stability to the community and individual. Let me conclude. Restoring psychosocial stability of victims of armed conflict or war-torn communities is a very complex and a challenging task. It requires a comprehensive approach that addresses the psychological, social, and economic needs of the individual and community. By understanding the impact of war and conflict, fostering resilience, and implementing effective interventions will help in bringing the psychosocial stability and help individuals and communities recover from adversity and build a brighter future. The best effort to eliminate the root cause of the violence is of utmost importance for bringing psychosocial stability. Thank you very much for your patience. I sincerely wish for a quick end of this conflict, and please join me in praying the Almighty God to bring long-lasting peace in Manipur and the world. Thank you again.
Thank you, Tamu Ganeshwar, for delivering the theme talk, which is very relevant in the present context. Even myself, in the aftermath of the 13 people's massacre on 4th of this month, my blood was boiling, and I sent up some remarks in the Taragisa Shu group. It is like that. The very disturbing situation and everybody's psychological is disturbed. Anyway, for delivering this theme talk, which is very relevant present context, since the time is constrained and traditionally theme talk, no question is entertained, so we have to conclude this session at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you, respected chairpersons and speaker. To felicitate the speaker, I would like to call the chairpersons, Dr. M. Kunjabihari and Dr. Y. Mohan Singh, to proceed towards the right side of the stage. To felicitate the speaker of this session, Dr. Samurailakpam Gyaneshwar Sharma, I would like to call on the chairperson, Dr. M. Kunjabihari Singh and Dr. Y. Mohan Singh. Sir, the two chairpersons are please. Thank you, sir. And to felicitate the two chairpersons, I would like to call on Professor Sinam Rajan, former head of Department of Urology, RIMS. Next, we will be having a panel discussion on impact of conflict on healthcare, for which I would like to call the following esteemed doctors on stage. For the chairpersons, I would like to call on Dr. T.H. Bimo Singh, former director, Jenims Imphal, Dr. N. Kameshwar Singh, head of Department, Pediatrics, Jenims Imphal, and moderator, Dr. S. Jugendro Singh, medical superintendent, CISA Academy of Health Sciences.
Hello. Thank you. Very good morning. I, with my co-chairperson, my respected sir, T.S. Bimo Singh, is very much thankful to the organizers for giving us this honor and the opportunity. We are having a very important panel discussion on impact of conflict on healthcare. It is very relevant to this present situation. After the wonderful theme talk, we are coming to the impact of conflicts on healthcare, particularly the healthcare and the socio-psychological aspects of the people living with the conflict, as well as particularly the displaced persons, and more so the children, which they are growing in physical as well as mental. So for this, we have 5 panelists, and our moderator is none other than Dr. S. Jogendra Singh, who is our immediate past president of the Indian Medical Association and also the medical superintendent of the CJ Academy of Health Sciences. And Dr. Jogendra Singh is a renowned surgeon and also leading the palliative services in Manipur, and also having so many these responsibilities in the state as well as National Surgical Society. So I hand over the mic to Dr. S. Jogendra Singh, the moderator of this panel discussion. Doctor, please.
A very good morning to everyone present here, respected seniors, respected chairpersons, Sir Bhimo, Dr. Kameshwar, all the seniors of IMA, delegates, friends. It is my proud privilege to be here, and I must thank the organizers and the scientific committee of IMA AMAMECON 23 for giving me this opportunity to moderate this very important session on impact of conflict on healthcare. And this topic is very hot all over the world, and especially so in Manipur. So the implication of this discussion is huge. For this, we have several panelists, and for that I would request them to take the chair as panelist. Let me first call on Dr. Indira, Chief Medical Officer of Imphal East, to please come to the dais and take the chair as panelist. So a very important functionary taking care of the health of the public at the district level, and taking responsibility of so many activities of healthcare, not only during the peace times, but also during the very trouble-torn times of COVID and then now the conflict. So please give her a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for coming for this panel discussion. Next, let me invite Dr. John, a pediatric surgeon, pediatrician, not surgeon, pediatrician, sorry. I'm a surgeon, so the surgery comes in my mouth very quick. Pediatrician, and he's in the state health services, and definitely facing a lot of issues because of this conflict in pediatric patients. So we'll hear from him. Thank you for joining us. Please give him a big round of applause. Next, let me invite Dr. Gulliver, who is a nephrologist at Shija Hospitals and responsible for all so many dialysis patients on a daily basis. The number is that he's taking care of is more than 120 dialysis per day. So it is a huge number of patients, and definitely these are serious chronic patients requiring health care on a continuous basis, and he's taking care of them. And also, we must also applaud him for monitoring and making happen 101 kidney transplants at Shija Hospital. So please give him a big round of applause. Because of him, all this was possible. And we'll hear from him what is the problems of this conflict on his patients. Next, I will invite Dr. James Langbam, presently the Secretary of IMA Manipur State Branch, but also a very important functionary in the Association of Healthcare Providers of India, Manipur State. as the secretary. He's secretary in many organizations, and one of his very important position is the secretary of Association of Healthcare Providers of India. So we'll hear from him what are the impacts on the private sector due to this conflicts that is happening. Has Dr. Arun arrived? If he's, let me now invite Dr. Arun. He's an anesthetist by profession, but now he's an assistant medical superintendent at RIMS. So a prestigious institute like RIMS, and the impact of conflict on these the healthcare delivery in an institution like RIMS. So that is what we'd like to hear from him. Please give them a big round of applause for all the panelists. As was discussed in the earlier talk, the conflict that is happening in the world is all over. Now it is covering from east to west, north to south. Almost the entire globe is covered with conflicts in all regions. And therefore, impact is there in all sectors of life. And definitely, healthcare is one area where the impact has definitely been there. But as professionals, as healthcare providers, it is our duty to see what has happened, what are the problems that have developed, what are the situations that we are facing, how is the policy matters taking this into account, and how for the future we will look forward to mitigate such problems of healthcare delivery. So let me start with all the panelists first from Dr. Arun, as to just to tell us what were the impacts. Definitely during COVID, the impact was, it was so great that all of us have gone through that and we have survived that. But after that, now coming to this war-like conflict, what are the impacts that has happened to a medical college like RIMS when we are discussing this topic of impact of conflict on healthcare? Dr. Arun.
Good morning, sir. Yes, so you want me to say for the dates of a particular state or ceremony?
No, I'm just, I'm taking your, this thing for the RIMS particularly, and what are the problems that was faced by RIMS as to the conflict, as to the delivery of the services, the problems with the healthcare givers arriving for service, giving service, or for the patients who are brought, conflict-ridden patients who are suffering with conflict. They have been brought to the hospital. So what were the challenges that was found? That is the question.
As for this particular country, we started on the 3rd of May.
Yes.
We really had a hard time managing all the patients because we are supplying all the essential medicines, food items to the patients. We don't let the patient partner buy any drugs and medicines. So, from the time patient reaches casualty, they are all looked upon by our doctors, and then they are taken to different consultations. So there are different consultations of surgery, medicines, or critical care they are sought, and whatever required they are sent for ECG, MRI, CT scans. So as for the healthcare problems you are facing in this, there is a massive quantity of the patients coming to RIMS. So at first, suppose say like 4 to 15 patients are coming immediately in our casualty. So it's very difficult to mobilize the healthcare people immediately. So we took some time, and in this instance, we whole casualty OPD blocks, the outside canopy, we turn into a ward, emergency ward, so that we can accommodate 30, 40, 50 patients over there. So like this, we are facing lots of problems. And then again,
we, the healthcare providers, sometimes they stay overnights to look after the patients. Many people didn't go for foods, or like suppose there's a neurosurgery cases, one operated again, and it so happened again, it needs to be operated again. So the surgeons, they stay overnight just taking a sip of coffee or tea, and then they stay the whole night starving like this. And many others, healthcare professionals also, who are working overnight. Like at that time, they don't have the accommodations, or they can't have the food. Like the whole state or region was on kiosk, so they don't have the opportunity to go home when finish the job. Also, like many, suppose 30-40 people, sisters were stranded. We have 1-2 ambulance only, so it's difficult for us. Like to accommodate these people for sending homes and all.
So would you consider that the institution was prepared for such a situation?
Initially, we were not prepared. Like on the 3rd May, we were not prepared. So like eventually we prepared, we kept everything ready. Yes. But initially we were not prepared. But eventually we are prepared, and we have a healthcare voluntary system also over there. First they will receive the patients, and they will come to the medical superintendent and asking for other requirements, because we are not letting them to buy anything. So CT, MRI, they come for recommendation any moment of time, like at night, middle of night also they took CT, MRI. Like this, later on we have a systemized, in a very systematic way we used to think. But initially it was not very like
yes. So we are made to understand that this was totally by surprise, yeah. And it came as surprise, and nobody was prepared in any sector. Nobody was prepared to deal with it immediately. But later, methods and means had to be devised to contain and then to deal with the situation. So next, let us hear from Dr. James, who is leading this Association of Healthcare Providers of India, the private sector. How has this conflict impacted the private sector healthcare givers and the institutes, and what are the challenges really faced by them when the conflict started?
Thank you, sir. Associations of Healthcare Providers of India, Manipur chapter ki taraf tagi oina haijarake. Akoi ahanba baktada tang ahum mari manga sidaisda asok apan gi casualty transportation aduga thomjalakba achauba hospital mari manga samlapna hairabada on the way Dr. Ashoki Jeevan Hospital, then Raj Medicity, Caesar Hospitals, and some other Babina Diagnostic aduga ate gi hospital mayam si the pull up lakshan bagi adugi handling of emergency in a large scale, which we were totally unprepared. The second thing is a dislocation of the staff and also the patients, because they were both communities which were with us. Adu sigi locality, the hospital dugi lady ba locality do na amuk atopa community ki akoi ki hospital da leibra leitabra haibagi akoi da antagonizing oiba proposition ama thangalakba aduna healthcare provide to matamda caregivers singsi nungnang bama polakpa. This was one important factor which we faced. The third factor which we faced was most of the staffs which we were having of the other community adugi do safely akoigi hospital singdagi adugi institution singdagi mokoise kamain toraga safe passage ama piraga mai mayumda transportation tawgadage haibasina akoida yamna 6, 7, 8 of May bokta akoida yam difficult oiba akoina thengnagiba kanoni. Luckily, there were a lot of threats in some of the hospitals, but we overcame that. The second thing which we came was ahan bagtadi akoina patient thomjalak baga in the spirit of service to mankind. Akoigi most of our centers we have akoigi announced to the media publicly that we would be giving free of charge to all the services that we render. Ado problem see, as we continue to give the services, say if you know some of the patients were bullet shot injuries, which were very grievous injuries, and they had to be admitted in the ICU for almost a month, 2 months, 3 months. Adugi charges me am to bear toba. At the same time, the dwindling amount of patients that we usually had before the violence and post-violence, koi hana cham chani yengjaram badu huzik nipuda yankhaida kunda lakba. Maduna akoi ki staff ki tolop paisa piba ngamaktaba. So we had to downsize our staff. Masida akoi da aduki matik problem thoe. Aduna akoi se emergency akoi meeting ga tawduna happy ki lakchariba kanomi amse akoi na CMST gumbada convert to be yagadra akoi governor unajay adagi chief secretary unajay. Ultimately, they converted into most of these displaced people into CMHT, and that had helped. Even though akoi CMHT ki reimbursement hauzik bo phangjadri, aduna hauzik phokta we are still staggering in terms of tackling this outburst in the violence, as well as the financial aspect of running our centers during this violence, starting from 3rd of May till now, which is almost 7 months past.
Very true. Even Shija, so usually during May, the OPDC nearly around 250 to 300 admana daily ki oibusida. We had to bear the OPD number up to 12. 12 in a day was the least that we got during that peak of that event, and then from then on it has not risen to the numbers of the previous year, which usually we overshoot every year. So this is an issue, the direct impact of the conflict on this thing. Dr. James, was there any problem?
Association members the ongoing liabilities that they had, the loans that they took, the singato adagi mayam dagi machineries we had an awful lot of financial burden. Double is upambiri net fee da dagi SBI da koi na maduda amu koi tan tanaraga COVID ta pi giba dumaina akoi si loan si kitang kano to bigadra matam extra pi bigadra adu mayam.
Let us come to the solutions a little bit later. We are just discussing about the challenges at present, and staff singsi movement, both for RIMS and as well as for the private staff singsi movement, healthcare providers from home to duty. So COVID matam da restriction yam kan legi. Adi moi hospital degi yum da halakpa yaro haidana koina staff singsi hospital da lainana bagi sin gi bagi situation ma tauna gi ba. Handak kisi da advan thingna bi bra adu thambi. Private tadi kamai tawi adu RIMS ki na kamai adu khangjaw.
Sir, RIMS ki oina di staff movement halakpa khotpa di kasu problem maitre at least akoi gi swagi maitai ga naga community gi di aduga cookie ga di adum ahamba first 2 days da lo evacuate tawre aduna akoi gi staff ki yum hanba khotpa gi di kaya problem leite adubu lambi da akoi gi lambi thingba khotpa tawraga di adum moi RIMS ki akoi gi I card ulasu che ulasu many times they were trouble aduna gari nuksi thadokpa mingjen thugarakpa yaudaba natte sa adum up to chathok sinda khara di problem le aduna staff arapa singdi koi gi jaga accommodation pibiu adum khara leijage khojage har accommodation adum piraga adum keno tawe.
And the private sector?
So koi tinajabasi tribal staff other than cookie ado akoi cookie chinau me aham bagi akoi na moise akoi ki hospital lagi safely transportation tawgra matungda we still had a lot of other tribal staff like Naga, Tangkhul, Chiru mokoi mayam sisu de yamna kiba hospital da because atopa community gi ne na koi maitai na su amuk target tawbigadra na kiba aduna thabak laktaba ahan bagi tha ani si akoi yam thengna je aduga ani su badana koi gi emotional outburst of the public si sentiment si yamna sokpanina chathok chasinda akoi gi public na hek kai haitare achat keno awong sida sida thingjin ba safe oidaba adu ma su kar thengna je.
Yes, see the problem. See, this should be taken up at the state level and also at the policy level, because healthcare, say, it is a service which cannot break and hire agasu. Healthcare providers ki movements public na in a frenzy of emotion. adum yamna restrict tawrakpa yamna thingakpa aduga hariba gari nungsit thadokpa natraga detain tawba si yamna tawnagi bisi adum thengnadaba nate. Madam Indrada lakchage Imphal East, where the conflict in the region and around, it was so much there. Aduna hariba matamduda matangduda aduga healthcare gi matangsda healthcare delivery da kari adumba difficulties thenabigi gi habdo adu state ki ona functionary ona healthcare provision da kari problem thenabigi amtang thambiyo.
Thank you. A very good morning to all my teachers, my seniors and my juniors and everybody present here. Handaki irang si akoina ai isa se office la ri pung ahum mari mu tar pa dai du dai da day 3 gi du dai ko se video amaga staff myam du sum share tawnare e sumaina mai thare sumaina kano tawnare to chanpur rom da hana taw de gi sidi kamai taw doi baina ai si thanda ai se sigi pau si akoi video da akoi staff myam siga share tawnaraga sidi kamai tawni sidi mass casualty gumba mat la ani adurgadi akoi si akoi gi staff myam mobilize tawraga adu kamaina tackle tawni na day 3 se madum akoi myam je sum wari sanaraga akoi gi district level officers habidi district TB officer lai district malaria officer adagi NCD gi district level officers main tawna akoi gi kitang akoi gi ai gi hek makha da laiba post myam gi doctor sing du wari sanara kamain tawni city na tawnarga suddenly myam se mob kumbagi style da akoi gi office Porampat atani Porampat ka akoi gi lamlong si yamna nakna ba jaga su oire adai da mi si pangthok to thoknaraga hekta kari hani chatpagumba se loina thingdana khotna tawre somehow that 3 do akoi si thengna yumda yawre pung 3 9 dai taramani khoi se kamain tawni si di sam kanomadi tawdabdi yaroi na khoi se khalaga that 4 dagi di kano khoi se pause dum whole night dum pause launare hangang kang jebung habdi khoi PAC hangang leri sigi nakanda moi community hall amalai adudai da mi amam laare more than 100 200 muk sure next morning da then Biramangol College Sombung da adudai da mi some 200 muk chele sumain taw dana akoi na pause mathang laroga sidi chelakma mi myam sigi akoi si kainomadi assessment amadi dakar orni because health issue haba bagi potama akoi na mi singji pulap lesala abnina lakadunina ai si akoi staff kharaga tawraga amtang yengba chasen akoi si yengba chatle adudai da leramba si hangangi du da hana change akoi si hangangi relief camp du dai da sigu momuk chawba ka amada mi chani gumase kite injannaraga space ke sulaitre ahangba jaga ambok sulaitre angang macha su yaure aham su yaure am hanuba su yaure adugi maratu dai da kamini na CA prostate iko dagi adugi nupa du su yaure me sumain tawna sidi soidana kano communicable disease myam je loina thora ani sidi kalen gi season ju oibani na lokumbu su tor ani si kamai tawni waterborne disease su tor ani because moi je common noina moi gi club ki mission duna ma panda kano ka hangba ma da chak chi punna thonge do boil water de ki su pi bangam de 200 300 mission du gi adu moi kano de gi ising arei bu tawraga pijaga pithaka do rimni na sam waterborne disease khara expect taw yare respiratory tract infection ji khara di kan tawrani nan tawraga group tawraga akoi na khara awareness pirame adigi akoi je amuk halaga atai jaga da khara sum yengore ade akoi gi staff sing ji mobilize tawba daka ore adigi akoi se mathang adum sulep tre adu ni mitu dagi kano da mu youth hostel da mi thungare hare digi akoi district administration side dagi Chuchanpur adigi kanoram dagi Kampopirom dagi mi kantor rani hare more rom de mi la ani hare youth hostel da mu akoi chatle du dai da honorable CM su yawe DC curriculum me yaulaga mi myam da receive tore adu da mi chabulama chana ba thana ba hygiene ki potuma ke mi yaudre akoi na volunteer sing da akoi na yan ta hana ba honna jai habidi chaba thakko da kitang hygienic oiba sa phajana hamba at least kitang mi amagi marakta kitang gap to lehanna ba to biro duga yaraga di mask akoi pijage mask ki mateng su lorga re infection nem si khoi kitang ngang thongna na baina tawjadan adu maina khoi se hafazatly yam hafazat oi till 1 week kumba de khoi se hafazat ore adu degi ai khoi gi doctor singsi akoina mobilize taraga day duty night duty akoina office ta thame akoi driver sing di loina office da rotation wise ta thamale because nungdang adigi nungthin khaina bhap ta dabanina anytime any call hekta lakadabanina sumain tawdana tarpadu degi by date 4, 5, 6 sida 48 relief camps kana tawde laire haduna koina district administration ga su pau phaunai so initial kana da matamda DC rom dagi adagi akoigi police lom dagi som the ambulance habiro som the soe som the kana tawre adumba mayam du khoi mit tawna na bhanabda yamna di why means because we didn't have enough resource, we didn't have enough fund. Ngasi bau ba da khoi se fund gi constantly adum leire aduga hidaki kano issue sisu akhoi da yamna problem yam thin oi habedi khoi na dietary store de hidak indentor kani some routine oiba antibiotic antidiarrheal paracetamol some cough syrup aduna di konarakta ba because aham ai dum khoi na han access ta ukhreba mi sin pikthana kama da yamna congested oina leramnina waterborne disease ki kano la ani skin disease ki problem se la ani then respiratory infection ki pot masula ani na haibaga tabuga 15 days 20 days mu leraga lok thungba mi ama thunga dik loina mak tu thungmak ba then so many relief camps adu da kano ta
pregnant ladies ki di problem lai hibra madam
pregnant ladies ki problem yam lai haidi pregnant ladies me khoi se initially I say IRCS da I thankful I kan tawjaninge thank you haijaninge I am very thankful to IRC Indian Red Cross Society na moina mogi team si akhoi da laga akhoi gi relief camp sing si 48 si moina nom gi loina bak chale ani hum cover targa duga khoi engon da report pi sigi harau road da dialysis case am lai adu sigi patient CA breast ki case am lai pregnant lady am lai women commission ki madam Ulka so aina thagat pa phongjok ni haidi ahamba initial stage suda akhoi gi PAC myam gi staff myam duna su chat padu gi mathak tu dai da moina amka hena mobile or biraga kachin da chalaga kano gi pregnant lady le hore lactating mother le hore adigi infant feeding gi poti walakpa adugumba issue myam se akhoi da loina habire initial stage sa akhoi gi department ki oina we have got 3 blocks Sombung block haibama Kairabitra block haibama aduga urban Sombung block da akhoi gi som gi awanglom haitare akhoi porampat ki awanglom gi site ma Sombung block da loina chingkhre sida sagolmang na last keno ne akhoi gi CAC hadi health facility sagolmang na kon bisi akhoi gi litan pokpi ising thembi then makeng chenglo hariba akhoi gi jaga si cycle bazar da gi amuk chatlaga leba cycle bazar du chatlaga leba khundu da akhoi gi staff changma ngamde hadi sigi iran si manung sidaida adugi mamang da su adum problem khara lei because foothill of Kampo
hanagi challenges myam lai ringe du da mai amamok hen hapchalak pagi phibam duma thengna bi
aduna makeng chenglo gi akhoi gi health and wellness lei du just for name sake staff to di chatpa ngamde aduna iko dolai thabi asonla kan de chelakpa myam du Naurem Birhari College MLA house akhoi gi sir honorable Lokeshwar khunrapam gi akhoi gi keno gi magi mayum da smain targa Sombung block da 48 camps laikre adudai da some 11,516 sigi mayam se kamaina keta toguni haidana akhoi yamna awaba ma oiki
right
fund se akhoi da constant yam laibanina akhoi gi LOC from 3rd May to till today haitare LOC 1 lakh khak phange LOC 1 lakh to di karim ta su konadre akhoi na janau se derigi hidak shot budu adu bhawba akhoi loina complete oina singba konade ambulance ti all CSO aduga honorable MLAs mayam minister mayam adigi akhoi gi DC gi side tagi police gi side tagi khamen lokta du kamna bagi adigi adu injury pukhat bagi pregnant lady pukhat bagi delivery tawdore loina kawba ngakta ne aduna akhoi na akhoi gi hanagi oil deposit sida akhoi gi leramba fund khara du su loithokre ambulance se akhoi na 3000 gi thau hapasi to and fro sagolmang degi 3-4 times chatle khalase adodi niminini kumbada some 70 liters lotion doineba adugumba matam du dai da anaba gi pukhalangna bahona rakpa jenim samu thamna bahona ba natraga na moina hana yengjaba sija oiro raj oiro samwe moina pama jaga du da akhoi na thinna bahona ba sigumba sida problem se am oigi adugi mathakta ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯥꯟꯒꯤ ꯁꯣꯔꯣꯛꯇ ꯍꯦꯛꯇ ꯃꯩꯔꯥ ꯄꯥꯏꯕꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯏꯕꯦꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯍꯦꯛꯇ ꯊꯣꯔꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁꯁꯤ ꯆꯦꯛ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯍꯧꯒꯠꯂꯦ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯒꯣꯜꯃꯥꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯄꯨꯈꯠꯄ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯊꯥꯔꯦ ꯂꯝꯂꯣꯡꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯃꯛ ꯊꯤꯡꯉꯦ ꯍꯥꯡꯗꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯀꯨꯝꯊꯔꯛꯑꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯦ ꯑꯥꯏ ꯀꯥꯔꯗ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯦ ꯑꯙꯥꯔ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯦ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯌꯥꯎꯗꯨ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯗꯅ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯥꯡꯍꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯈꯤꯗꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟ ꯗ ꯃꯟꯊ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯃꯦ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯨꯋꯥꯏꯗꯨꯗ ꯈꯥꯃꯦꯟꯂꯣꯛꯀꯤ ꯀꯥꯞꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯒꯣꯜꯕꯥꯡ ꯁꯥꯏꯠꯇ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯊꯦꯝꯕꯤꯔꯣꯝꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯗꯤ ꯄꯥꯈꯠꯇꯅ ꯃꯣꯁ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯛꯀꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯝꯒꯗꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯕꯤꯀꯣꯁ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟꯁꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯗꯥꯏꯗ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯩ ꯀꯥꯞꯅꯔꯛꯄ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯔꯛꯄꯗ ꯋꯥꯟꯊꯔꯒ ꯃꯥꯁꯤ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯊꯦꯝꯕꯤꯗ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀ꯭ꯂꯕꯇꯨꯗ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯅ ꯊꯝꯃꯕ ꯋꯦꯔꯦꯁ ꯁꯣꯝ ꯅꯥꯀꯟꯗ ꯏꯟꯖꯨꯔꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯧꯈꯠꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕꯗ ꯄꯣꯔꯣꯝꯄꯥꯠꯇꯒꯤꯅ ꯁꯒꯣꯜꯃꯥꯡ ꯌꯧꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕꯗ 3-4 times ꯂꯝꯕꯤꯗ ꯃꯇꯦꯛ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁ ꯈꯥꯝꯕ ꯄꯕ꯭ꯂꯤꯛꯅ ꯈꯥꯝꯃꯒ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯁꯨ
true challenges
ꯆꯦꯛ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯩ ꯄꯨꯔꯤꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯤꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯅꯥꯇꯩ ꯆꯥꯗꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯅꯤꯡꯉꯦ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯖꯗꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯥꯡꯍꯜꯂꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁꯇꯨꯅ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯁꯒꯣꯜꯃꯥꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯁꯣꯛꯄꯁꯦ ꯄꯤꯛꯑꯞ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯖꯦꯅꯤꯝꯁꯇ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯔꯛꯄꯗ ꯂꯝꯕꯤꯗ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯣ ꯄꯨꯡ ꯑꯃ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯃꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯕꯤꯀꯣꯁ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯞ 10ꯃꯨꯛꯁꯤ ꯈꯥꯝꯃꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯕꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯠꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯨꯈꯠꯂꯛꯑꯦ ꯁꯒꯣꯜꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯣꯜꯔꯦꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯃ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯑꯣꯜꯔꯦꯗꯤ ꯊꯝꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯤ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯧꯈꯠꯄꯗ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔ ꯃꯦꯔꯤꯅꯥ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯥ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯄꯤꯖꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔ ꯃꯦꯔꯤꯅꯥꯒ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔ ꯅꯤꯂꯝꯒ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯅꯨꯄꯤ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯒ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦ ꯁꯒꯣꯜꯃꯥꯡꯒꯤ ꯖꯒꯥꯗꯨꯗꯩꯗꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅꯁꯨ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯃꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯦꯇꯔ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯁꯦ more than 60,000 ꯄꯕ꯭ꯂꯤꯛꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯔꯤꯅꯥꯅ ꯀꯣꯏꯆꯦꯟ ꯆꯦꯜꯂꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯔꯣ ꯑꯦꯝꯕꯨꯂꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯑꯁꯣꯛꯄ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯈꯨꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯥꯛꯄꯝ ꯁꯣꯝꯗ ꯄꯣꯔꯣꯝꯄꯥꯠꯇꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯥꯛꯄꯝ ꯌꯧꯕꯗ ꯌꯨꯝꯅꯥꯝ ꯈꯨꯅꯧ ꯌꯧꯕꯗ ꯃꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯁꯣꯛꯄ ꯅꯨꯄꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯝꯕꯤꯗ ꯈꯥꯝꯃꯒ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯖꯦꯅꯤꯝꯁ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯄꯨꯈꯠꯂꯦ ꯑꯜꯇꯤꯃꯦꯠꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯅꯨꯄꯥꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯁꯤꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ
So these are the issues.
So many
Madam gi
issues.
wari si tabada loikham nairoi aduki matik thengnagre aduga difficulties mayam say it is endless and this will be a learning lesson for everybody. Aduga masigi se khoi discuss I made the discuss tawjari se mayam da su khangan ba loina na praja da su public da su akhoi na khangan jaraga sigumba si matung da thok tanaba akhoi kari khongthang lausige haibi matang da khona thamjabani madam da amuk hanna lakjage makha taba ai Dr. John dagi su pediatrics ki issues khara ai kanu dagi Dr. John dagi kaino the home we know is a place for emotional security and physical and a lot of security for everybody but especially so for children and displaced or matung da sigi issue si amna chauba masigi impacts is so idana angang singda leramgani not only physical but also mental school chatpa yadaba adagi sanabham leitaba haibana chingba sigumba si hojik Dr. John dagi pediatrics ki issues me amamtang tasik because they are very important hayengi akoigi tungi angang singni aduga hojik moina thengnari bisi moida kam koina problem se leidono sigi matang da Dr. John kitang thambiyo.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I, as a pediatrician, and secondly, as a healthcare professional working in district hospital in a rural setting.
Yes, yes, rural setting.
Sir, pediatrician in a conflict say third subsequently next few weeks, sir, I was in touch with our CMO as well as the FOWO because concern regarding immunization of the children. Aduga kahena unfold sir, none of the children had MCP cards, mother child protection card like tamnina. We had to rely on the like at that moment what is required admaine P grade. So what was before the record lehaudre. So subsequently, but I'm Huzik say now what is the situation that every programs we had child specific 3 programs sir. From May till now, NDD, National Deworming Day, Intensified Mission Introduce 5, Aduga IDCF, sir, Intensified Diarrhea Control Fortnight. See, they see the health department, the social welfare department, as well as the district administration also keep on pushing to focus on these particular health relief camps. Sir, Aduna, we make sure that it is not, there is no gap in the service. One. Sir, there is the primary prevention, sir, and Bishnupur has 3 blocks, sir. the Nambol, Bishnupur, and Morang. And luckily, we have all pediatricians at present. Services, and we deal with the diseases as and when from relief camps, and they are given free of cost. As a healthcare professional who has been part of COVID-19, sir, and all the health staff, it has been COVID-19 has been a blessing. Haibadi sir, hojik COVID care center ani oramba, hojik relief camp ani ontwe sir.
Okay.
All the ambulance staff, all the staff who have been working, they work with all their dedications. So that's a plus point, sir. And luckily, Bishnupur, main problem there is Hanadi. So medical officers, specialists who are posted in Kampokpi and Chuchampur, they are now in Bishnupur. So operations which were not done before are being done now. Then gynecologists, they are around 5 now. Surgeons 2, 3, orthopedicians 2. So in one way, it's a blessing for district hospital Bishnupur, sir.
Okay, Doctor, can we with the conflict impacts? Angang sing the suicide di leram gani adu coping se angang sing suna hen phajana tawena lowi bra natraga hojik conflicts gi impacts se asi adum yamna moi the detrimental oriena lowi bra moi coping se phabra sin angang sing are they managing themselves good?
Sir, luckily hospital da sir child and adolescent psychiatrist sir Dr. Sanayana. So he keeps on visiting this relief camp. Aduga follow up to sir along with his team, her team.
Okay.
Address away and like Hana 1-to-1 man interact he'll be in better. She will be in better position to address this particular problem.
Right. Right. Thank you.
Regarding the sir, regarding the means of transport, sir. Regarding staff, especially during emergency, those who are doing emergency duty with public health transport being totally like it's not working at that time. It was a bit challenge. But somehow, I think our MS Madam and with all our team managed somehow, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Gulliver, very trying times during this COVID, and then very soon during the conflict situation where patients in hundreds getting dialysis on a regular basis 2 to 3 times per week. And it is a big challenge to provide this service. So what are the practical things that you faced, Dr. Gulliver, regarding these patients and your difficulties in delivering this service to the patients?
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you, chairpersons. Sir, regarding the issues which we faced as a subspecialist in medicine, nephrology, regarding the OPD and the inpatient department, it was same in all departments. When we come to dialysis as such, we faced certain issues like patients being unable to come. That is one thing. So we have a pool of around 350 patients. So about 40 to 50%, 50 patients were not able to come once the conflict started.
That's a huge number.
It's a huge number. So from 120 patients per day, which we are dialyzing, the number dropped to the nadir of around 85, 87 was the nadir. Subsequently, it has slightly picked up. But that is the fact. So we have a policy of following up patients by telephone when patients do not show up for dialysis. So if the patient has been scheduled for dialysis today and they do not show up within the stipulated hour, they are called up. So when we did this as a routine practice, we found that almost half of them, after a certain period of time, at first we could not connect with them. And once we connected with them, we found that about half of them had gone out of the state and another half of them had lost their lives. So that is a very sad fact. That is one thing. Second thing, regarding other districts which are not part of the Kuki community, they also had difficulty in dialysis in their respective districts because of lack of supplies. So they had tried to come to us for dialysis. We tried to provide them as far as possible because subsequently there was an overload of patients from the other districts because they were not able to continue the dialysis because of lack of manpower.
Right.
When we see literature or the news which do not come out directly but through other media, we saw that the dialysis in Surachandpur is currently not functioning properly. Out of the 4 machines which are there, some of the news media have reported that 3 are not functioning, and there's supposed to be only 1 technician. The rest of them have left the area. So they also are having a huge problem. So regarding Caesar hospitals, when we come to that, COVID taught us some very important lessons. So subsequent to COVID, we had made it a policy to keep a buffer stock of around 1 month of consumables. So because of this buffer stock of consumables, we were able to continue with our regular sessions of dialysis for initial 1.5 months properly. Subsequently, transport was established to some extent, so we did not face major issue regarding supplies of dialysis, dialysate, and other consumables. And one more thing which we were able to do was, we are no longer using liquid dialysate, which occupies a very large volume and weight during transportation. So what we have done is, we have changed over to solid state dialysate and we reconstitute them in our department. So that saves us a lot of weight in transportation. So 1 bag would give us around, let's say, 5 or 6 cans of dialysate. So that helps us a lot in as money saving as well as transportation. Those are another issues. Another thing regarding the transplant program, in the initial 1.5 to 2 months, because some of the tests were outsourced and there was a disruption in the courier services, we were not able to continue with transplantation for the initial 1.5 months. But because of the COVID and since we have localized most of our investigations except for the more specialized HLA typing and the single antigen bead assays, we were able to do the disease organ kidney transplantation in Manipur simply because we had the in-house CDC, that is the tissue typing in our hospital. That is one thing which we could do. So these are some lessons which we learned from the previous crisis, which we were able to apply in this crisis. But it is a very sad fact that patients are not able to come and get their regular treatment, and patients who are in other districts are not able to continue their previous treatment because of a lack of supply as well as manpower. So those who have facilities, those who have adequate finances, we have been in contact with a few of them. They have gone to other states and they are apparently doing well. So that is what we faced in this crisis.
Thank you, Dr. Gulliver. Dr. Ranbir came up and warned me about timing. So although the discussion is just only heating up and there are so many things that I had to discuss, but I'll come back to Dr. Arun and just ask him what are because this conflict and situations like this is going to come again and again, and the present one which we are facing has not concluded. So what are the things that you would like to suggest to the administration, to the policy makers and other things, or even to the IMA, as to what steps as a community, healthcare community, we should take up so that we can give a better response and then it is a better healthcare delivery system during conflict situations in the future? Very shortly, because I don't have time now, because Dr. Ranbir has warned me for time. Please.
Hello, please. Respected moderator.
Sir.
So time is already, up to the time, 11:20 is already there. Our honorable
he gave me up to 11:30, so 10 minutes more he gave me.
Please listen to us.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Let us not continue for the second round.
I thought we'll take them once and then I'll come to you. That's
why. First round, it is enough. Let us keep up the time as instructed by the executive member.
Right, sir.
And instead,
Agreed.
Please call 2 questions from the audience to make the discussion complete. I'm just telling in the interest of the timing, because Honorable Governor is coming. Thank you.
But I wanted some solutions to come out of this discussion. We have just discussed the problem. There's no solution yet. So if on a random, just 1 or 2 points, Dr. Arun, please, your suggestion. The solution, let us not discuss.
Sir, to face such type of situation in the future, we need to have lots of orientations for the healthcare providers.
Orientation.
Like, yeah, we need to have lots of training, like drills, mock drills.
Madam was saying about finance and money that was deficient, and so what about money? Was it lacking in RIMS?
Money,
do you have a solution?
It's not much problem in the RIMS.
In RIMS, it is not.
Yeah, there's
okay.
no financial
Dr. James,
issue.
your suggestion, quickly. Let us conclude.
Sir, the government should make enough stocks for consumables and medicines which we faced. Kara hen extra thambiba. Second, the extra allocation of emergency funds in terms of health and emergencies like the S Madam Indira na takpiri tumaina. Adu tauragadi kitang pagani kanji.
Okay. Any message to the public as such, because their behavior and such things?
Public की behavior से more अकोई मैते की दी और मणिपुर की not only मैते अकोई sentimental या मोई मन बने ना दुगा कनो से judicious thinking से खर वाट पर घूमता हुए अदुना मधु कितन फाथा बिरगा realistic approach तो रगदी I think it will be helpful to all of us.
Right, Madam, please. Quickly, 1 or 2 points. Chairpersons are.
And hygienic body. We need to be well trained. Aduna akoi time to time akoi say mock drills si darkar oy.
Mock drill, yes.
Yes. Aduga we need to have just like Dr. James mentioned, we need to have some buffer stock of the emergency medicines. Without medicine, without money, we cannot run.
Right.
We need money to bring the patient to the hospital. We need money to buy medicines. Okay. There are so many medicines that we have bought from our own pocket. That is still to be reimbursed by the government. Adumaina akoi se paisa su darkar oy.
Resource management ama yam kana darkar ta.
Yes, aduga akoi gi healthcare workers sing sigi time to time sigumba tackle tawnana bigi kitang orientation se darkar oy thamjane.
Any point from Dr. John? Just a pointer.
Sir, better coordination between district hospital and tertiary hospital.
Better coordination, very important point.
And
yes.
follow up, sir. Follow up so that we get feedbacks of what we could have done there better. And luckily this time private hospital have come with free of cost. Otherwise, patients would have hard times, sir.
Very true. Very true. Thank you. Dr. Gulliver, just concluding points.
A universal healthcare coverage, which will cover even during times of crisis, will go a long way to get access to specialist care.
Yes.
Especially which requires a lot of money. So if there's a universal healthcare which is available for all people, that would go a long way in solving some of these problems.
And also payment on time by the government, which will. Okay, so thank you so much to everyone for listening to us. Now I hand over this thing to the chairpersons. Any comments, expert comments from them, and yes, thank you, sir.
Very much thanks to the moderators and all the panelists. We have a very hot discussion, and this conflict situation not only affects the health of the adults, particularly mental health of the children is most affected, and we have to look into seriously in this aspect also. But we have discussed some of the solutions. So orientation and the training, including mock drill, is very, very important. Right. And of course, COVID has given us a good lesson before. And we have to have enough stock of the medicines and the buffer stocks, as CJ has already done. And I hope all these problems being explained by the panelists is passing in all the establishments, in all the districts, and in all the institutions.
It is true.
That is true. And we have to have this. First, we have to do, I hope, the orientation of our medical professionals and the health workers. So that is very, very important. And coordination, as Dr. John has mentioned, between the private, public, government, and different health care centers and institutions in the state, they have to be very much coordinated, and they have to have help each other from time to time. And of course, everything requires money, so we should have a good resource, and we have to mobilize enough fund for this conflict situation. So I hope we have a very nice discussion on the panel, and we are very happy that we are not behind time, because we started 10 minutes late. So we have saved 3 minutes. Thank you so much, the moderator and all the panelists.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I thank all the panelists. May I invite
I hand over the floor to the organizers.
I invite all the panelists and chairpersons on the side for felicitation.
I hope we had a very meaningful discussion. To felicitate the panelists, I would like to call upon the chairpersons, Dr. T.H. Bimo Singh and Dr. N. Kameshwar Singh, to felicitate the panelists. First, I would like to call on the chairperson, Dr. T.H. Bimo Singh, to felicitate Dr. Y. Arun.
While this is going on, you call up the next.
Okay, sir.
Don't tell who is going to finish. Let them do on their own.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Once they finish, you call one senior person to facilitate the two chairperson.
And
then when they are still going on, you call the next program.
And the moderator also, sir. Okay. And to felicitate the two chairpersons, I would like to call on Dr. Thangjam W. Singh, past president, IMA Manipur State Branch.
Okay.
And
with the
sir.
most important program in the title.
Okay, sir. Next, we will proceed to the Dr. K.H. Jatishwar Singh Memorial Oration Session, for which I would like to call on the following chairpersons on the stage: Dr. R.K. Lenin Singh, President, IMA Manipur State Branch, and Dr. N.G. Arun Kumar Singh, immediate past Honorary Secretary, IMA Manipur State Branch.
Thank you very much. Once again, a warm welcome to all the delegates and senior colleagues. We are about to start the next very important oration. It's been there for quite a long time. Dr. K.H. Jatishwar Singh Memorial Oration. So I would like to briefly describe about the Dr. Jatishwar Singh, who is also our teacher, and many of us here assembled in this hall might be his teacher as well, his student as well. So Professor K.H. Jatishwar Singh, born on 1st July 1935, he basically was a resident of Wangkai Angom Lekai, Imphal East, Manipur, but later on in the later part of Sir's life, he stayed in New Delhi. He was, after passing MBBS and GGO,
okay, fine. So
he is a diploma in obstetrics in RCTI in Ireland, and he got many other degrees including FPA certification in 1964 in London, FRCS in 1965 at Edinburgh, UK, FICS 1966 in US, FICOZ 1984, FIAMS in 1985, FICMCH in 1985, FAIMS in 1985, FAMS in 1986 New Delhi, FACS 1986 in US. And Sir has worked starting from medical officer in the government of Manipur for 1 year, 1961 to 1962, and gradually he was working in London, Edinburgh, Dublin, and many other places. Later on, he came and joined in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology in RIMS. By that time, it was known as RMC, as an assistant professor. Gradually, he is promoted to professor and head, and he became head of the department and leading the department for a long 10 years, 1995 to 1995. Chief obstetrician and gynecologist, 1996 to 1998 in Catholic Medical Center, Imphal. Chief obstetrician and gynecologist, 1996 to 2005 in Langol View Maternity Home, Imphal. And sir has many publications under his name, and more than 110 publications, including international journals. And sir has many other interests like voluntary consultation, community services, professional membership. Sir has member of IRCS, IMA, FOXY, Indian Science Congress, Scientific Society RIMS, Asia Oceania as a life member, and founder president of RIMS Teachers Association. And we are very proud of it. Still, we are having that association. And ex-president Imphal Obstetrics and Gynecology Society. As the state secretary and the life member of IRCS Manipur branch, actively participated and led disaster and humanitarian relief missions for 25 years. And 3 include medical claims, instituting clean water and sanitation, food and cloth camps in different regions of the state affected by natural calamities. So it's a very nostalgic moment for all of us to remember Sir on this auspicious occasion. But we are lucky to install one oration by the family members of the late Sir K.H. Jatiswar. And today we are honored to have awarded this oration to none other than Dr. Navakanta Sharma, and my co-chair, Dr. Arun, will kindly read out the biodata of Dr. Navakanta Sharma, today's orator.
Allow me to read out the biodata of the speaker of the Dr. Jatiswar's oration. Dr. Chowdhury Mayum Navakanta Sharma was born on 1st of July 1953 to late CDCA's Nitya Sharma at Brahmapur, Aribam Laikai, Imphal. He did his MBBS from Guwahati University and MD from Manipur University. He also did his master's degree in Women Health Care Management in Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Roma, Italy, as a WHO fellow. He has attended various national, international workshops and conferences, and he has also chaired an international conference in South Africa, Cape Town, and in Roma in 2012. He has completed certificate course in laparoscopy in Osmania Medical College, Hyderabad, and a certificate course in non-scalpel vasectomy in Sichuan Reproductive Health Institute, Chengdu, China. He had worked as medical officer in charge store, family welfare, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Manipur from 1980 to 1988. He retired as Deputy Director Family Welfare, Government of Manipur. He was also Project Coordinator for Prevention of Parent-to-Child Transmission of HIV/AIDS at Jenin from 2005 to 2013. At present, he is a visiting professor in Kathmandu University, Nepal till date. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. I will be projecting soon, sir. It's an honor to listen to you. So the floor is for you, sir. We are running a little behind the schedule. So we'll start now, as soon as the projection starts.
But Dr. Lennon, your is behind the schedule.
Yeah.
It is your duty.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, sir. We will be projecting now.
So at the era of AI, artificial intelligence, if we cannot open a PowerPoint, I don't know. Sorry, I apologize for that. Anyway, it's coming at the end of the day. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And a wonderful morning. Little bit of cloudy. And yeah, my name is Dr. Navkana Sharma. And when Professor Brazamon is here, I'm a product of Osmania Medical College in Hyderabad. I can't stop uttering the word Khwatin Hazarat. I do not know how much of you people understand it. Welcome to ladies and gentlemen in Urdu, which is very romantic, very lovely. नाज जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर नवकांत शर्मा. नाज जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर नवकांत शर्मा. I'm happy Professor Brahman will die peacefully with this beautiful word. Sir, you teach me how to handle a stethoscope, how to listen the heart of loved love, and the love of art and culture and music. Anyway, my name is Dr. Navkana Sharma. That's the beginning. Thank you very much for my little bit of nuisance. You see, he is my Gurudev. Om Sri Gurudevaya Namo. Because of him, I am a gynecologist, and I'm devoting my head to my whole senior and to this wonderful gentleman. And I think you young guys should do it to your teacher, to your guide, to your teacher. This is my simple request to you before I die. This is the beginning of sunset of my life. I am around 70 plus, still young very in my heart, but this is my request to you. So, Om Gurudevaya Namo. Of course, I am a Sharma, I am a Hindu, I love Sanskrit. Yes, this is the college which I make little of money and I enjoying it there. Now things are coming up very nicely. And many of I bring two Manipuri there as a director of that medical college, such a lovable medical college. And many of around 20-30 doctors from this medical college come out, now in RIMS and Jenims also. Yes, that's the point. How I was born. My mom, my poor mom, you see? She is here, straw. This is the wet nurse feeding it. You know, my brother also is an orthopedic surgeon. I saw the of Zoran University Medical Science. He is a little bit introverted. He doesn't like to join IMA, but still, I have seen how he was delivered. My poor mom, she had to deliver 6 children, one in Singapore, one is in Dubai, one in Boston. See, the wet mother, the Kominbi, of course, allow me to speak a little bit of Manipuri, because every part of the world, they love to speak their one language, Maninkumbani. Siki Maninkumbi ba, I know ni pa siki Maninkumbasi, BJP president or Siki Mamong Inekan Kadam Minekawi, Mana, Maninkum elite. That was how I was born. Sarudini, Koi Mantum Mise. Pamum Bonate, Mopaka ju Segaiba, Aman Bama, Hundukiduini. I Hingori si Labia and Penakale. I hope there was a horrible experience to my late mother. Yes, Amrit Kaur, the first medical minister of Union of India, come down to Manipur and he established a maternity and child health center. One of the front sitting lady's mother was spent in this hospital 4 months. Dr. Led Satyapati was the consultant. So she is a pioneer to establish the maternal health in Manipur. You know, but still the marble plate is somehow misplaced. Family welfare, I don't know, is misplaced. I feel very painful when I lost my old district hospital, whom you are as medical DMO perhaps, and with a glass, and you know, we enjoy a young doctor moving around in the operation theater, the leprosy, the Dr. Susan sitting in the garage as a ophthalmic consultant, and so on and so forth. So this is my sweet memory of her, and we should not forget Mrs. Amrit Kaur, who is the first health minister, and he established the maternal health in Manipur. Ah, yes, wonderful gentleman. I wish IMS would have one photograph of this wonderful gentleman. He was the only surgeon. He was doing burr hole operation. He was doing college fracture. He was doing rupture uterus. He was doing ectopic pregnancy. He is whole, one in all. You know, this our next IMA conference halls. One day he was, you know, I'm a young doctor working in the family welfare. He invited, or something like that. He said, I'm so happy. I will die peacefully. I tease you, Nico. So I think we should remember him. And he was the pioneer, although he's the only MB from Arzigar Medical College and surgeon. Of course, his later part of his life, not short, colorful, very unpersonally. Professor Manglam knows it. But anyway, we should not forget Dr. Nando Babu Roy. This is my obligation with my folding hand. All right. So then again, Dr. Let Satyapati, Koigi Jupiter Gi, Mama Lagidaba, 9/11 Gi Mama, Hogatan Angang, Bomini, Matamuda Koigi, all this Mama, Dr. Karangopal, Lagidre, Man Angang Yampomi, Dr. Angamla still survives. She is active still in the internet now. And not Dr. L. Novin, fantastic guy. He was the person who does cesarean section, who does the ectopic pregnancy in the Surachandpur Hospital. Surachandpur Hospital is the Matamamaki Tambam Werami. Magi Nungai Wari Masam, Dizake, Mas Ecupuncture Shutawi, Operation Shutawi, Dr. Saisuana, and additional secretary of making peace ectopic pregnancy, or Kanchida, Mana Hangaga, Operation Togi, Atoba Paginungai Samtanga, Appendix to Bushidamana. Lele, hey, Nagano to blue, and Operation Chitobo Lore, Makur Hamure, Halakan, the patient decay sacre, Sar, Mother Hogol sacre, because Spanielness is the Pand of Zanida. Say, appendix to Zani. So he was doing appendectomy, cesarean, ectopic pregnancy, acupuncture, whatnot. So, but anyway, few people which I would love to remind you that there was a time that doctors were working. An orthopedic surgeon saving an IS officer's guy, additional chief secretary's wife. You can imagine it. All right. So another is very interesting. You know, Dr. Doren's uncle, he also doing cesarean in Surachandpur. And wonderful lady, his wife, and myself, who's kam ko nahi hai, and Professor Manglem, whom I learned how to make money. So anyway, and of course, I'm not going to bore you. I will make you fun out of this. She just passed out from Alipur, a nurse. She was giving the open anesthesia to Surachandpur, where Uncle Mohan was doing the cesarean. So she still survived, and I'm very grateful. Whenever I went, I tried to find out something for about interesting things. And you see, this is ambulance. And this is ambulance, my dear. You got it? It's in Tamenglong, in Tamai. Dr. Indra, Professor Indra, the guy whom I love to have him because he made more money than me. So, but we went together, spent a night. People know that there are two gynecologists there in the Tamai hospital. Around 25 kilometers down to Barak Valley, they bring up the woman in this ambulance. And I've got a one forceps, the Killen forceps, somehow I delivered it. But I couldn't sleep because there was a lot of bleeding. The TR was there. I couldn't sleep properly also. And this was the lady. And the breathing it. And of course, you can see the little bit of caput and all. And next time she come to Jennings, I have done cesarean, done the ligations. And of course, she will not die for maternal death. Yes. Yes. These are the antennas. Senapati, Okrul, Sandel, where the cesarean section is doing. You see, the the antenna, the tower, only around 10 to 20 kilometers away. And unattended postpartum hemorrhage can kill a woman in 2 hours. I have got only 2 hours. But can you imagine this huge area of hills? How they can come to that FRU, do the cesarean? You know? So, although we are doing, we are far better off, I survive, but still we have to do a lot. So these are the antennas, but the woman, if you don't do the immediate operation, the woman will die. COVID, maybe 2-3 hours. HIV/AIDS, 3 months window period, they have got 3 months of time. But we poor obstetrician, only 2 hours. Otherwise, demand letter will come 5-10 lakhs rupees because you kill a woman. All right? So these were the only GNM hospital in the early days, and these two also. But of course now they have improved. Yes, I'm so proud of it. I went to Parbung to do laparoscopic tubular ligations, and I wish anybody who can go to Parbung, do the laparoscopic surgery in my lifetime, I will salute him. I will remember, I will cherish for the rest of my life. Of course, such a beautiful hill areas floating above the clouds. Yes, maternal death. The basic important thing which you asked me to speak about, cause of mortality, direct causes, PIS, severe PE, eclampsia, obstetric hemorrhage, PP, ruptured uterus, ruptured ectopic, ruptured sepsis, indirect causes, embolism, cardiac disorder, liver disorder, AIDS. You know, COVID definitely increased these are the series and numbers of complications which we throw back to my face and to your face. Maternal mortality rate is around in every 1 lakh or 100,000 in life, but it's a basic discipline. And of course, wonderful lady, the Serena Donati, she was my guide in 2000, my wonderful daughter, now in Boston, practicing as a dental surgeon. And she was my guide. She was telling one fine day, "Hi, Sarma, there's a place called John Obato. It's very near. A lot of women are dying. What is this?" I was struggling why John Obato is dying. The latter part I know, where there is no law and order, where gun is prevalent, women die. Manipur also. At this point of time, how many obstetric labor, how many difficult labor, how many fetal distress must be around in Chandel, Tanglon, Parbung, More, Taduvi. We are enjoying here with a wonderful environment, with my wonderful teachers and all, but still, kindly do remember. And you see the Taj Mahal on her 14th childbirth, she died in Andhra Pradesh, bring back to Taj Mahal, Agra, and buried it. Of course, on our 14th childbirth. And of course, you see, Egyptian people knows it. Women die in childbirth. Before Christ, Christian pokri among the Egyptian kangeva. Nupi si angang pokri si ese. Ako ide, ako MLA na stunning the one da Manipuri si the angang pokri the mama si ese. Siki juksida ga highway. But Egyptian sing na Christian pokri among the hauna angang pokpada nupi si haibasi kangre. And of course, it's around 70%. It's a little bit difficult to say it. Oh yes, in Rimsta, 2011, the 64C, 2012, the 80C. So, Rimsta sibigi masing jina. Akogi MMR siga hyped the manner. Because it is not scientifically significant, you cannot prove it. But when I examine it, I think whatever Rims the women die, it can calculate it around 10% plus minus with the maternal area of Manipur. Urban area, 88.8, rural 64.8, average 76.8. Still, Kerala is 99.9 hospital delivery. I repeat again, sir, 99.9 Kerala deliver in hospital. PPS, oh my goodness. Thank God, I retire now, I sleep well. You know, obstetrical nightmare. You never knows. You never knows. Uncharted route. You do not know where I am going. Torrential bleeding, obstetrical nightmare. Thromboembolic phenomenon, DIC, which is, we really had it. And of course, you see, this is not the thing a dead body bring to a consultant house. Yeah, this is Kaksing, my dear, you know, Jivan Hospital. Look, 1995 Kaksing. Dr. Manichandra Nangore. Akwai gala. Mondo operation to Dr. Lai. I say Mondo operation is rehearsal to it, and it almost uncle. Operation to it. Operation to Ganchida, Angang Puelo, and the Lung Piu Hyperganda, National Lung di Lady Hay. Nandi Langdulupa Kunga, and the Lilling would never go. But Chandra Sankar Farmers, they look Langduling, Lupa Samri and Kisang this operation to it costs 450 rupees only. Dr. Radeshan is our Emilia Radeshan, like the Chin Pasisina, Kanoki Chandil Insani, Dr. Zoe, Governor Pisan or money. They are wondering, but there was, I should not do it. I should not do it. But I have done it, but I cannot bring back. But look, this is the guy. He's MBBS now. The guy who I operated it. I was taking exam in Kathmandu University, and the one mail come out, ting, my dear godfather, my name is Singlemba. You have delivered me at XXXIX. My mother keep on telling, because of you, I survived. And now I became a medical student. And thank God, I would love to meet you. Oh my goodness. Unpredictable. Best part of my life. The first thing in my life, I enjoy it. Koiki XXXIX nimai an lehidalna manas foitoraga nang ibi best khalle haibiduma. Very interesting thing in my life. Number 2, I MD should bhange am nungai. And number 3, this guy sent a mail when I'm taking exam. My dear godfather, you deliver me. My name is Singlemba. What more I like? What more I like in my life? Anyway, unmet need family planning, which I was born and brought up in the family planning. It's around 12 in urban, 21 in the rural area. You know, family planning save women's life. Ako ki metay ki ima even may amsa angang pukta tabuya roy. Ado moy di hay moy di pukti ba mo. Ako isu ay ni bi paruk po mo misnaw trying to po ay mo no bi amu to po amu ka so puk tang na ka baba ay na re kakain ko len amu ka po ado ma no ngal ni taw sa like takle. So around many of the women are not getting this family planning services because of the privileged situation. And of course, women's health is very important. Right of education, right of expression, gender discrimination is a reproductive right, and permanent methods. No more PP center. No, I was sir. Postpartum center, Marilarami, Surasan Budama, Jenims Tama, Old Hostal Dama, Rims Tama. Jenims ki Mangre, Kaido Gantadre, postpartum Kasin Utagre, Regia, Rimskina, COVID Q in a lady. These are the places which we are giving the service to the woman which is not getting it. And I'm, with my heart of my heart, I think we should survive 1 or 2 postpartum centers in our Manipur. You see, Serena Donatina, hi, Givido. Hi, Sarma, there's a cold flesh called Jono Bhato, where the woman is dying. What happened? It takes around 20 or 15, 20 years. Why Jono Bhato is dying a lot of women? I come to conclusion that Jono Bhato see any saying home or remember. The very simple answer is, so long you are no law and order, so long your gun culture is there, women will die, infant will die. Very simple. So long AK-47 is there, Hoji yang biune, periphery is those angang pokata basat kata waga daba, aeroplane ka pargi yang biune singdong the mikununga kundraga tabata. I do obstructed level or moba, Togdushiboba. Other Hosiksi, our medical doctors in the request of Jening Basi, Nongmai Thadok Piu, Nongmaina Mamayam Sieli, Hibasitang di Maramata Tanjasa, the have you. Sorry, non Manipuri, I have to express a bit of in our language. Thank you. Sorry for bothering you. Ah, yes. You know, who is this? Leonardo da Vinci, the father of our medical science, whom I spent hours together in his museum. His writing, dead bodies, 1590 in Florence. He taken out the dead bodies from the grave, cut it, breeze, presentation, and of course the writing is his real original writing. It takes a little bit of more time to me to find out. And of course, if you go to Italy, if you go to Europe, as a doctor, spend some time at Florence, maybe minimum 1 week. You will enrich your knowledge. I promise. If you don't get it, I will repay all your expenses. Yeah, Da Vinci. robotic surgery. 2000, I come back from Europe. I was talking here about the Dr. Rajan. Ah, yes, boss Rajan. He was the only guy who knows me. Sir, there will be a time a doctor sitting in Africa can do a operation in New York. My senior, faculty, he was almost slapping to my face. Yeah, what the bloody hell are you talking about? No, got it, go. Daru saru pike. But for them, the fax machine is the end of the world. But artificial intelligence is coming up. Young guys, young doctors, use artificial intelligence. Google is watching me. How many patients I'm examining, they knows it. What type of woman I like, he knows it. What type of whiskey I drink, Google knows it. So, be an artificial intelligent guy, otherwise you are nowhere. You may get your pay, daru saru pilo, khalo pilo, bas koi baat nahi, buddha ho gaya, pencil mil gaya, wo baat nahi hai. But if you want to progress in your life, you should use AI. Yeah, this is my lovely laparoscopic ligation from where I learned from Osmania Medical College. Salam karta hai. The Professor Ajay Ghas, he started here in 1983-84, which I really love it. And yes, Professor Manglam taught me, Yun was the person who developed the scholastic ring. So I struggled in Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. He was the guy who produced the scholastic ring. Earlier they cauterized it with the cautery, but with the energy. But from this Korean-born American professor, he produced Yun Silas, Nupigi Sampabi Manabuduna, Tube to Pavaneva. Mana Maramueraga, Indiagi, Mamma Pangadubu, Aina Pasakitang Pahoriba, Aina Kitan Gallery, Americana, Lupasi, Karor Pigi High. Taudabuno family playing the Hoiva. Ada Moina, no, we don't have the technology. So, India government sent Professor Ajay Ghosh and some people, Sadhazang, Hyderabad, and from Bombay, they went to Johns Hopkins University. They learned it from there, then established the Bombay, then the Hyderabad, then the Sadhazang. So, of course, I do respect to him. Because of him only, our India is enriched of this activity. And his name is Professor Yun Hopkins. And of course, Professor Manglem taught me, who tried to find out Professor Yun. Yeah, now IT, which I love it. I prefer, if you ask me to get remarried again, I will definitely get married with IT. Because my wife, all right, I love him, but still IT is such a wonderful thing. But listen, when I passed out in 1978, there's a machine called sonar, which was used in the Second World War to detect submarine. But it can be used in obstetrics. It can be used in obstetrics. But now, my dears, my friend, my lovely faculties, if you do not know ultrasound, if you do not know prostaglandin, don't practice obstetrics. If you don't know ultrasound, don't do anything. Yeah, this is the IVF center, which I do practice here at the IVF. And this thing, anyway, what happened next? All right. Okay, got it. Do you know what is we see? $1,000 I'm giving. $1,000. Louise Brown, I give her name. Louise Brown. The first test tube baby. 11:47 p.m., 25th July, 1978, Louise Brown. She born in London. And her uncle died at Manipur. And her uncle's name is still in our cemetery. She says, if anybody call me, I will rush it back to Manipur. Anyway, time is, of course, another IVF. This is the Travis, the young girl whom I work with. 3 parent childs. We can produce a baby with 3 parents. 3 parent child is, of course, mitochondria. This is the little bit difficult as this thing. Are we playing like a god? Cutting a mitochondria, pressing it. Okay, this is the mitochondria, which is the crux. And of course, you see, in UK and Rome and all, cement bank. Anybody can come and donate their cement. No problem. But here, I don't know when it will become, I don't think, before I die, I can get it. And yes, she's my Italian tour guide. She's a dental surgeon. But because why she joined his MS? Because they allow general surgeon to be a MD in public health because she need money. So she tried to find out why the women die in Bangladeshi die in Rome because of the level. And of course, we struggle it with megathesis and all. And of course, MMR was Italy. Now it is this thing. Yes, this is my first hospital in Tuai Waisong, IT Road. You see? All right, give me 1 second. Allow me before I die. And this is my clinic. One table is there, one chair is there. This is dispensing room, and this is the one bed is there, so that I can see the pit 1 or 2 days for observation. This is my old home, which I love it. In 1979, I do not know whether I may be able to go back again. But last year, I was enjoying pampered breakfast, champagne with caviar. You know champagne, caviar, candle in the breakfast. I was here. I joined. Last year, I am here. So don't dishearten, young doctors. You will get it. I will die. But when you go to Europe, moving around, loitering around, do remember me. Yes, the Pantheon, the wonderful building. Sigi yumbi se, yut nungine, mi ahum na kon brithungde, Africa de boraine. From Africa to Rome, 100 AC, Krishna Pumatung sahi sama daida. Sigi wang raba yumbi si makul ahum na thang bakom mangam dana poraga Europe do poraine ba. I koi gina sahi sida kangde kare I don't know tawdori se gyan tade. Akoi ki Sarpalin hoy, Dr. W hai na, how hard they must be struggling to make things out of there. I salute you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful oration. We would like to hear you more, but because we are a little bit behind schedule, thank you very much. I would like to hand over on behalf of both of us to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To felicitate the speaker, I would like to call on the 2 chairpersons, Dr. R.K. Lenin Singh and Dr. N.G. Arun Kumar Singh, to felicitate the speaker. And to felicitate the 2 chairpersons, I would like to call on Dr. S. Gyaneshwar Sharma. As we are behind schedule, I would like to kindly remind everyone to be mindful of the time, as Her Excellency, the Governor of Manipur, will be arriving at 2 p.m. and we will proceed to the next session. Now we will proceed to Dr. Irengbam Dorendra Singh Memorial Oration Session, for which I would like to call the following chairpersons: Dr. S. Jugindra, Immediate Past President, IMA Manipur State Branch; Dr. James Ilangbam, Honorary Secretary, IMA Manipur State Branch.
Next, we have a very prestigious oration, Dr. Irengbam Dorendra Singh Memorial Oration. And allow me to read out his citation. Dr. Irengbam Dorendra Singh was born on the 18th of May 1952 in Uripok, Khwaesnam Lekai. He completed his MBBS and he was an MD in obstetrics and gynecology. He was a fellow of Indian College of Maternal and Child Health of the National Academy of Voluntary Sterilization and Family Welfare of India. He was trained in international training programs, observational study on women and productive health, family planning and development, the Indonesian experience. Also in the no scalpel vasectomy. He was also trained in alternative training methodology for IUCD. He served by joining in 1978 as a SMO, and he was assistant and associate professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the prestigious RIMS Imphal. He had research papers towards laparoscopic tubal ligation, that is study of MTP cases having no issues in the primary para, and to assess the knowledge of aptitude and practice of patients attending PPP OPD at RIMS Hospital. His published papers were 14, including 3 international, 4 national, and 7 in JMS RIMS. He was a state trainer in laparoscopic tubal ligation, IUCD insertion, no scalpel vasectomy, and TOT for alternative training methodology for IUCD. He is a life member of various academic associations of IMA, Manipur State Branch, Indian Society of Perinatology and Reproductive Society of India. He left for his heavenly abode on the 1st of February 2010. In his honor, we will be doing this Irengbam Dorendra Singh Memorial Oration, a very prestigious oration. I hand over to Dr. James to read about the speaker.
Thank you, sir. To deliver the prestigious Dr. Irengbam Dorendra Singh Memorial Oration, we have in our midst my very own teacher, Dr. Longjam Usharani Devi. Madam has been Professor of Community Medicine in JNIMS. She had held various positions as Member Academic Council, School of Medical Sciences, Manipur University. She was the former head of the Department Community Medicine in JNIMS. She was former chairperson, Local Research Advisory Committee, MDRU JNIMS. She was also the former principal in charge of Tripura Medical College, Hapania, Agartala, former professor in HOD Community Medicine, TMC Agartala, and a former faculty member, Community Medicine, RIMS. We now present to you Dr. Longjam Usharani Devi.
Thank you, Dr. James. Good afternoon, everybody, and respected members of the IMA and delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful to the Indian Medical Association Manipur branch and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to deliver the Dr. Irengbam Dorendra Singh Memorial Oration 2023. But Dr. Dorendra Singh was a very talented, witty, and kind person, and his untimely death had left a vacuum in the family and the fraternity. So I'll be talking on dengue. Why I have chosen this topic is this epidemic of dengue or outbreaks happen quite frequently, and it's spreading to all over the world. Because of the global warming, previously it used to be subtropical and the tropical regions, but now it's almost affecting the whole world. After Tamon Nabasandra's interesting and the dramatic presentation, I hope I can draw your attention to some extent, but most of the content of my presentation is so many things we have heard time and again, but still you bear me because we still have the problem and we need to think about what to be done. Now I'll be giving the introduction and the problem of dengue, epidemiology, prevention and control a little bit, and conclusion. Now, dengue is a mosquito-borne, mosquito-transmitted viral disease, and most of the time it is mild and asymptomatic. Fever 40 degrees Celsius or 104 degrees Fahrenheit with severe headache and pain behind the eye, and other symptoms which are which are almost like flu. And the dengue virus is a Flaviviridae family. It's an arbovirus. It is a single-stranded RNA virus. It's not always very, any dengue case will be serious, but rarely it can happen as dengue hemorrhagic fever and dengue shock syndrome. And if a person has suffered from dengue, one of these serotypes, that person will be protected for that particular serotype, but cross immunity doesn't last long even though it's there. So if that person suffers again secondary or subsequent infection, then it carries the higher risk of severe dengue. And this has got a large potential for large outbreaks. Severe dengue syndrome symptoms appear after the fever subsides. There might be severe abdominal pain, persistent vomiting, rapid breathing, bleeding gums or nose, and fatigue, restlessness. All these symptoms may occur. Now, the problem of dengue, as I have already mentioned, it is increasing in incidence as well as increasing in the number of outbreaks because of the population growth, human population growth, unplanned or uncontrolled urbanization, mismanagement or inadequate management of the waste and the water, and lack of mosquito control measures, public health infrastructure, disruption. For example, in Manipur, it's happened since 2020 because of COVID, and because of this problem, we are having disruption in the public health system. It is common in the warm tropical countries, but again, because of the global warming, it's spreading to almost to European countries also. Seasonal epidemics occur during and after the rain because of the high mosquito population, susceptibility to circulating serotypes, and favorable air temperature and humidity. When they are high, the mosquito breeding becomes, and it affects, these factors affect the reproduction and the feeding pattern and the incubation period of the dengue virus. Now, in 2000, it was the global incidence or prevalence was only 5,000, and in 2019 it increased to 5.2 million. It is now endemic in more than 100 countries in all the regions of the WHO regions of America, Southeast Asia and all this, and Asia alone bears 70% of the burden of dengue. So in India, the first dengue fever was, outbreak was in Tamil Nadu in 1956. In Kolkata in West Bengal in 1963, most of the 30% of the hemorrhagic 30% of the cases manifested hemorrhagic signs and symptoms, and all the 4 serotypes, 1 to 4, then we are isolated in India. And these are the years where the cases and deaths have occurred in 1996, 2006, and 2007. And in 2007, Manipur was, the outbreak happened in Manipur since 2007 onwards. And there are, this one I didn't fill in the gap, 400 confirmed cases, and luckily no fatalities in this year. This I got from the IDSP, Health Directorate, Manipur. Total suspected cases, it is from January to November. So up to that, suspected cases were 8,200 something, and the total confirmed cases was 2,496. So far, no deaths have occurred. This is a lucky sign. It may be because of the prompt treatment or the people's awareness to seek health care, or maybe because of the circulating virus. So these are in the month from July, mid-July onwards, the numbers started increasing, and till November it was still there but declining. Here is the district-wise, and the color bands are the months. In Imphal West, 1,609 cases, and it happened mostly in the month of September, October, and November. Now, dengue virus 1 and 2 are widespread in India, and there is cross community only for a few months. Lifelong immunity is there if a person suffers from a particular serotype. The vectors is this Aedes aegypti, other vectors albopictus, polynesiensis, and nevius are also incriminated. All ages, both sexes, secondary infection risk for dengue hemorrhagic fever, which I have already mentioned also, and even in the passively acquired immunity in infants also, it becomes a risk. Now, the environmental, this unplanned urbanization and other things, and things we have, all of us know what are the things which encourage or which promote the vector mosquito breeding. Now, under the National Vector-Borne Diseases Control Program, dengue is also included, the dengue, chikungunya, and the malaria, filariasis, etc. And the strategy for all the vector-borne diseases are the same: early detection, case management, referral, epidemic preparedness, and rapid response. That means since dengue doesn't have specific treatment, we have to manage for the fever and the other hydration, etc. And the good referral system should be there. So whenever a person develops signs, bleedings, falling down, blood pressure, petechiae, etc., then it has to be referred to suitable hospitals. Integrated vector management. Under this, we have to indoor residual sprays, insecticide-treated bed nets, and the use of larvovirus sprays. It's almost like, common knowledge to everybody. And the supportive measures like behaviors change communication. This is very simple to say, but it is very difficult to achieve, to change the behavior of the people so that we'll reduce the source of dengue mosquito breeding places. We are even though people know, people don't practice. So that gap is there in the behavior change and risk communication and the community engagement. Community needs to know what is the problem, how to solve it, and they need to be involved in all these measures to be taken up to fight the disease. And public-private partnership is also important. Intersectoral convergence, that means focusing on the goal or the aim to achieve by different sectors, for example, agricultural sector, for example, the irrigation, etc. And all these things are important, and research, which is important. Now, a little bit about the dengue vaccine. A tetravalent, since the all 4 serotypes have to be incorporated in the dengue vaccine, a tetravalent live attenuated vaccine, Dengvaxia, by Sanofi Pasteur Incorporated, is licensed for use in the USA and Europe and other countries like the Philippines. It is constructed by recombinant DNA technology, and the diluent is 0.4% sodium chloride and 0.6 ml is to be used. 0.5 ml is the dose to be given subcutaneously, and the second dose of the 6 months and the third dose of the 12 months. In the United States, it's given to children 9 to 16 years, and those beneficiaries or those who are receiving the vaccine should be lab confirmed that they have already had infection with dengue and that they are living in endemic areas. It is to avoid the side effects as well as to avoid unnecessary resources and to give to only persons who are having higher risk of developing severe dengue. Because as I've mentioned earlier also, if a person has already suffered from a serotype, then subsequent infection carries a higher risk of developing severe dengue. Now, to conclude, dengue is an epidemic-prone, fast-growing viral disease. Majority of the cases are mild or asymptomatic and self-limiting. Dengue hemorrhagic fever, dengue shock syndrome may occur, and it may be fatal if timely management is not done. Case management, risk communication, community engagement, epidemic preparedness, vector control or integrated vector control, immunization probably in the near future are measures to fight dengue. For India also, ICMR is conducting this vaccine trial, 3rd phase. So, thank you.
Thank you, madam, for highlighting this very dangerous and important disease which is giving trouble to all of the society, especially people here in Manipur. Thank you so much for this presentation. Since this is an oration, we will not be having any questions from you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's go. Okay, no tau drama le. Hana. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To felicitate the speaker, Dr. Longjab Usharani Devi, I would like to call on Madam Dr. K.H. Lochna Devi, former head of Department of Microbiology, RIMS. Ma'am, please. And to felicitate the 2 chairpersons, Dr. S. Jugendra and Dr. James Ilangbam, I would like to call on Dr. Y. Mohan Singh. Next, we will proceed with the session on medical ethics, for which I would like to call on the following chairpersons: Dr. Thangjam W. Singh, Past President, IMA Manipur State Branch; Dr. Shyam Kumar Laishram, Past President, IMA Manipur State Branch and Pediatrician.
Now we have topic on medical ethics by Dr. Brogen Singh Akoijam. He's an MD Community Medicine from AIMS and Master in Health Science in Bioethics from the University of Toronto, Canada. He's also an LMP Fellow in Klein Pfeimer Fellow, WIRB Fellow, Washington ESC. He served as medical officer in the Manipur Health Service for 10 years before he joined RIMS in 2000. He was working as professor and the head, and then now he's professor and the head of community medicine and then academic in RIMS Imphal. He published around 90 scientific papers, both national and the international. He presented many papers in national and international journals and has joined many conferences. Currently, he is a member of 3 national bodies under Government of India. Dr. A.K. Brogen, please.
Thank you, Tamo, for the introduction. I was given the medical ethics, but since medical ethics is a very big one, so I took out a part of that one that's going to be the referral. So we will be looking to this referral through different lenses. And I would like to thank the organizers of today for this one for 2 reasons. One, for inviting me, and second one is for keeping this session somewhere near, just before the lunch so that we have a larger audience. Otherwise, it was in the morning, 8:39, somewhere there, when only 2 people were sitting out there and hearing this one. But NMC or the MMC, they prefer to do this way. Okay, this is the disclaimer. Any resemblance is purely by chance, is not by intention. So today's discussion, I'll be talking about some case scenarios, and then, as I said, then I'll be looking through the ethical, legal, public, and healthcare providers' lenses, and then I will give a summary. And this caption at the side, that is honest opinion, no commission to doctors, I think I'll be talking about it a little later. So the first case scenario, Dr. Middle in the urban setting saw a patient with an abdomen swelling. When he found the condition not improving with the initial treatment, he ordered a CT scan of the abdomen. After getting the CT report, he modified the treatment and the patient recovered. 4 weeks later, he got a check of 1,500 rupees from a clinic in the city. He inquired with the clinic and was told it was a commission for sending the CT investigation. The doctor sued the clinic. That happened in Pune some years back. And this is one of the clinic managers when I talked to him, and this is what he said: you know, Tamo, we can make the test cheaper for patients if there is no commission. Second scenario, Dr. Refer is a popular general practitioner in a small town. Most of the cases he showed were referred to 2 specific specialists, one endocrinologist and another cardiologist, irrespective of the need to refer. And again, here is a confession from a senior surgeon from South India. A significant majority of referring doctors will not send a patient to a cardiologist or surgeon unless they receive a kickback. So the first one is about commission. This is about fee splitting. And third scenario, in an emergency room of a tertiary care center at night, Dr. SR saw a trauma patient, and after consulting, and sometimes without consulting, the superior referred the case to another hospital regardless of the facilities available at that center. Again, this may amount to fee splitting, it may amount to commission, or even it may amount to playing around with the prognosis of the patient, or it may amount to the general characteristic of a physician. Now let's have the discussion through the lens of this ethical lens. So from the ethics point of view, there are 4 principles. Out of that, 3 principles are very important. Beneficence means whatever we do, it should be for the benefit of the patient. Patient's interest is primary and the healthcare provider's interest is secondary. Non-maleficence means do no harm. Whatever you do, it should not harm the patient in any way. There are different ways a patient can be harmed. And then autonomy. Patient has a right to know everything what you're doing. So full disclosure, at the same time, you need to take consent from the person. So here, when I talk about a conflict of interest, in the scenario I just mentioned just now, there could be lots of conflicts. When we send a patient outside for the laboratory test or for referring to someone else, it should be for the benefit of the patient. But it may also be for the benefit of the healthcare provider, so there could be a conflict between the beneficents and non-maleficents, so also with the autonomy. That is why I'm just putting all these principles out there. And if we are referring to somewhere else, be it for the investigation, be it for anything else, we should be also talking to the patient or full disclosure to the patient. If the healthcare provider is bold enough, I think we should also be talking to them that I'm going to get some money out of this later on. This should also be disclosed, and after that the patient says, okay, then it should be done that way. That is the best thing to do without any conflict of interest. That conflict of interest can be handled by disclosure. Now, moving on again, from the ethical lens, we have lots of clauses in the National Medical Commission Code of Ethics. And here, they are all talking about the honesty, professional integrity, and trust. A word about the honesty and integrity and trust. Honesty simply means that not telling lies. Integrity is about telling the truth, and trust is about the predictability of a behavior of a person. For example, I used the IMA office computer today. Let's assume that I did something and the computer is not working or it's broken. The printer is broken and no one saw it. No one saw it. And our secretary came in and inquired about who did this one, he is not working. And then he asked everyone, who did it? Everybody said, I didn't do it. But he didn't ask me. He didn't ask me, the one who I did. But I didn't say anything. He didn't ask me, so I didn't say anything. I'm honest because I didn't tell a lie. Nobody asked me. But do I have the integrity? No. I should be coming out and telling them, oh, sorry, I did it. What can be done? Let's do it that way. So that is telling the truth. That is integrity. And if I have that integrity again, it goes on for quite some time, and then my behavior becomes predictable. Okay, fine. If I entrust something to this guy, he's going to do it. I'm quite sure of that one. So that predictability is what we call as trust. And this trust is on the positive connotation. So this is the first NMC chapter number 1. The principal objective is talking about the general behavior of the doctor, that there should be good. That is what it says. And second one is also about it. A physician should expose without fear or favor incompetent or corrupt, dishonest or unethical conduct on the part of the members of the profession. That means not only me, if somebody is doing it, if I saw it, I should be reporting this one. This is what they said. I think since they said it's the members of the profession, I think I can think about it. I don't know about the other people. Now coming to the chapter number 2, in the same thing, a physician should neither exaggerate or minimize the gravity of patient's condition. That's about playing around with the prognosis of the patient. That might be related to the case scenario 3 that I talk about, referring to some of the hospital. And again, in chapter number 3, it talk about in every consultation, the benefit to the patient is of foremost importance. That is, it should be, that's the beneficence principle, it should be for the benefit of the patient, or the patient's interests should be protected. And all physicians engaged in the case should be frank with the patient and his attendants. This is a little murky in the sense that they said frank. And when they say frank out here, it's not about being frank otherwise. It's all about disclosing whatever you are going to do to the patient. That's about the frankness. Again, chapter number 6, this is an unethical act, so it lays out everything. I'm not going to read it out. It lays out everything. It talks about getting commission. It talks about soliciting patient. It talks about engaging other people. It talks about playing around with the diagnosis. Everything is included. That means it's forbidden according to the NMC, face splitting, commission, then soliciting, engaging someone else. Everything is forbidden, in short. And in chapter number 6, again, they talk about the previous one. They also go on saying that it is equally in force to referring, recommending, procuring by a physician or any person or specimen material for diagnostic purposes or other study work. Probably now they are talking about sending the specimen outside, they're talking about the laboratory tests as well as research purposes again, that we shouldn't be doing it wrongly. So this is from the ethical lens that we are looking at. Now let's have a look at the legal lens. We don't have a very specific legal act on this one. However, there is an act which is called Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, amended in 2018, in chapter number 3, clause 7, it talks about corruption. And many of the scenarios that I talk about, peace splitting, commission, everything, it is there. But they don't specifically mention medical, but it is in general. That means it may be well applicable to medical science or medical practice. So we should be careful about that one. At the same time, NMC is a statute body, meaning thereby it is formed by an Act of Parliament. A body which is formed by the Act of Parliament, whatever it says, it has legal power, legal bindings. So we should be careful about that one, not only ethical. Now coming to the National Human Rights Commission again, there's a Charter of Patients, Charter of Rights and Doctors' Rights being spelled out. And in one of them, they dwell on the right of proper referral and transfer, which is free from perverse commercial influence again. So this might attract, if at all, if it goes to the Human Rights Commission again, we might be in trouble. So all the healthcare providers need to be aware of these rights. This is the hoarding that I saw in the first one. This is the hoarding put up by Dr. Ramakant Panda, who owns the Asian Heart Institute in Mumbai. And the hoarding says, honest opinion, no commission to doctor. Of course, it was sort of controversial because I am objected to that one. And this is one of the spokesperson of the Asian Heart Institute. What it says that a young doctor making a beginning can't get a patient unless he pays a commission to someone. A radiologist or pathologist pays 30 to 35%, and a new surgeon more than 50% of their fees as commission. They are crying and don't know where to go. And of course, in contrast to that one, another doctor, Dr. Asar Ghulam Muhammad, what he said is that as a senior surgeon, it is a part of our medical ethics to be honest with our treatment. It is a part of our ethics not to give or accept commissions. These points are part of the MCI Code of Conduct for doctors. What this billboard tries to say is that there is one hospital that gives an honest opinion and thus gives an impression that others do exactly the opposite. And that is where the problem lies. He is protesting sort of against that one. It is a part of our ethics, so we all do it. That's the one he said. So to this, as my opinion, I would say that I think I will borrow it from the John Cates. The beauty, what he says is the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. The meaning lies in the eyes of the beholder. So it can be both ways. Now again, another Prevention of Cut Practice in Healthcare Services Act 2017 that was tabled as a bill in Maharashtra. Again, I am not quite sure, but I still feel that to the best of my knowledge, it has not been converted into an act. It still is a bill because of many protests by the doctors. But in the USA, there are certain acts like the Stark laws. It is about the self-referral to the Medicare, where one of your person is working or you have a financial tie with that one, and the anti-kickback statute. They have certain laws. Now coming to the public lens, let's look from the public point of view. Time saving for the public, many of them, they said, is time saving is convenient for them, and doctors believe more in those tales which we bring it from outside. At the same time, there is a loss of trust to the doctors, deterioration of the doctor-patient relationship is there. It increases the out-of-pocket expenses. Doctors are crazy after money. This is what they think. And poor patient outcomes. It is associated with that one. There are many ways how it can affect the outcome of the patients. Now let's have a look from the healthcare provider's lens again. All right, we have all the explanations in the world. it is for the benefit of the patient that we are doing it. We inform them, we give options, we can always explain. We know better than anyone else. I'm the doctor, especially I'm saying it. No, I'm doing it for the best of the patient. I know better than anyone else because I'm saying that one. Of course, here I would like to comment a little of that one. I have been in that situation as a non-clinician, I should say, many a times. And now I think I'm growing old. There's a proof for that. Before, whenever I was in that situation, I got very angry. But nowadays, I don't feel that one. I think it's a sign that I'm growing old. Rather, I feel a little amused, and it makes me sometimes to smile to myself. It's a good one. And monetary gain is secondary because we can live nicely without that money, whatever you're talking about. It's about defensive medicine. Defensive medicine means we overdo things than what is required because there's lots of litigations against the doctors. It is in the Western society also. And the last one is the term that I coined in a way, that is compensatory medicine or practice. And in the Manipur context, it's very important that in Manipur, usually they don't go to the court. Some of them, they go to human rights and some to the court, but majority of them, they don't go to the court. We have a court called the Joint Action Committee. And these are the one. And ultimately, how it is solved? By money, by paying money by the doctors. Be it death of a patient, be it some complication, whatever it is, we end up paying money. That's it. So in order to pay that money, since I don't have enough money to pay that one, so I need to earn a lot of money so that I can pay them. If I earn 10 lakhs rupees, if they ask for 5, 6 lakhs, at least I have some money to give in that way. So that is what I call as compensatory medicine. And this is being told to me by some of the doctors even. So this is from the healthcare provider point of view. So these are the lenses: ethical lens, legal lens, then patient's lens, and the healthcare provider's lens. So in conclusion, this is what I can say. Referral should be made only to safeguard the patient's interests or health. Public education on the duties and the rights of the patient as well as the doctors should be done. Distancing from the what or who cares attitude is a must. Picturizing the views through all lenses is needed. And as a doctor, as a healthcare provider now, we need to imagine ourselves in the future generations. This is the doctor-patient relationship now, and if we behave in the so-called bad ways now, what's going to happen in future? Because my son or my granddaughter, my grandson might become a doctor later on. Just imagine how this situation is going to be those days. Not only as a doctor, as a patient also. It doesn't necessarily mean that if I'm doing well now, my grandson or daughters are going to do well. No, they might not be. So there are going to be the patients, how they are going to feel. So we need to picturize these things, and accordingly we need to act. And one must be very careful not to fall to the pit. I think that's all. And whatever questions, whatever opinion that, I think there will be lots of questions and opinion that you want to opine, I think. And that's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brogan, for the nice, brief and comprehensive talk. And we are able to save a lot of time in this session. We still have surplus of around 10 minutes. So we can take a few questions from the floor.
I think I need one extra token for saving time.
Okay. Yeah. So instead of going behind schedule, here we are able to finish before the time. Any question from the, or any clarification needed from the floor? Dr. Bijoy, please.
Hello, check. I'm Dr. T.H. Bijoy Singh, Professor and Head, CJ Institute of Health Sciences. Well, you have spoken so well, wonderful. We have already refreshed. And the only thing to update something which I would like to hear from you is to alleviate sufferings. Nowadays, embryonic stem cell research is going on. What is the legal issue for this purpose? If you can highlight, it's wonderful.
Please repeat the question once again.
To treat or to alleviate sufferings, patients. Stem cell, embryonic stem cell is doing lots of research, or stem cell infusion is done to treat the patient. What about embryonic stem cell? What is the legal issue at present?
Embryonic legal...
Ethical issues.
Okay, ethical issues in there. Okay, fine.
Ethical issues.
Okay, I got it. It's a bit away from what I'm talking about. It's about the embryonic cell being stored now for treatment in future. That's what you're asking. We are now storing the embryonic cells taken out from the babies now, and is kept in the repository for use later on.
No. To treat patient, stem cell transplant is done. If it has to be taken from the embryonic stem cell, what is the ethical issues? That is what I want to hear from you.
All right, I would answer in this way. Before, not now, before, in order to get these embryonic stem cells, usually they take it from the fetus.
Yeah.
And in the Western society even, or in the developing countries also even, many of the women, they got pregnant and they abort it and they sell it to get that one, embryonic cells. So in US, they have cut off that one. But nowadays, I would say that the embryonic cells, there are many technology available. Dr. Nakayama, he got Nobel Prize for that by having a concoction of, he can convert the adult cells into totipotent cells.
That is understood. My question is, what is the ethical issues in our country now? Whether it is permitted or not, that is what I would like to hear from you.
All over the world, it is permitted in certain countries, but in terms of the permission, in certain cases, yes, it is permitted, but not always.
My answer to you is no. It is because we cannot destroy a human life at the cost of another human. So this is highly unethical, and it is yet to be legalized and yet to be finalized. Thank you.
Sorry, I would say that otherwise. That's exactly what I said. No, in the Western society and even in developing countries, the fetuses, abortion is not allowed. But when you say stem cell, it's not only from the fetus. It can be taken from the bone marrow, as I said. Now it is technology available to convert these adult cells into totipotent cells. So there are many other technologies available, so it's allowed in certain countries. But it's not overall. It's not allowed that way, that's correct. But in India, we don't have a certain laws regarding that one. It's only in the experimental stage.
Let me supplement. I was inquiring about stem cell therapy for the last 3 months in India. Vellore, many centers are there, and they are doing stem cell therapy and research as well as therapy. Dr. Bijoy's answer that from embryonic stem cell, yes, it is not legal still. But if somebody permits from their own, say I permit from my family, and in this context they are doing stem cell therapy in India, not by fully legalizing, but they are permitted to do certain stem cell research and therapy even. Because I'm trying to do some stem cell therapy for my people, and it is quite costly. If we do, one of the topmost stem cell therapy is from Austria. I contacted him, and for them it is easy and quite costly to do in Austria. It can be done in Philippines. He's working in Philippines. His another office is in Philippines. Stem cell therapy center, he's doing in America also, California. But if we, the family who is seeking for therapy, if he permit to take the therapy, stem cell from his family, it is permitted in India.
Thank you, sir, for putting out the things that I was trying to say. And there's an ICMR guideline on that. Please read up that one on stem cell therapy and research.
We will not be taking any more questions now. We'll close the session. And before closing, Dr. Syam Kumar and I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving us the opportunity to chair this session Thank you so much.
I request all the respected delegates kindly to have the lunch and come as early as possible, as Honorable Governor is the chief guest. So kindly proceed, and I hand over the mic to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. To felicitate the speaker, Dr. Brogan Singh Akwejam, I would like to call the chairpersons, Dr. T.H.W. Singh and Dr. Shyam Kumar Laishram. And to felicitate the two chairpersons, I would like to call on Professor R.K. Lenin Singh, sir. A gentle reminder to vehicle Tata Nexon bearing MN01AG2939 to kindly change the parking spot as it has blocked the way. Thank you.
Desktop le reko.
Desktop le.
Hello, Nitin Jababa, Duster, Gari 4626, Pagi, Gari Chang, the third level, Madu, Papu, Yorba, and Tobu, Mixing Gari, Aduga, Gate Banaka, Tazan Gate Banaka, Tazan Miri, Gari Machas, Suyardi, Tobu Pilipa, Mixing Gari, Pagi, Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, Yorba, and the Yaradi, Lambi, Asi, smoothly, Changayanaba, Mayanda request of the day. Also requesting all members to kindly meet outside so that we can immediately start the inaugural ceremony at the earliest.
Honorable Governor of Manipur is on the way. As soon as Madam enters the hall, we would all stand up and greet Honorable Ma'am. Madam will not be seated amongst the audience, so she will directly proceed to the dais. As soon as all the dignitaries are seated on the dais, National Anthem will be sung. As per the directions from the Raj Bhavan, most of the program for today's inaugural program will be conducted in Hindi. So I would request all of you to kindly cooperate with me.
Hello. Indorip jane sir.
Imam music ini.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Laser, sir. Oh, hi, sir. Okay, sir. Governor Madam is about to reach in 1 minute.
photo am copy ko.
Kata lau tu pira ni, last year mo report kita.
Ando tu mai manak tu, hal tan sang kena backstage tu.
Four sir, sorry na, 3, 4 hai of Lamphelpat. Sir na sila chupaloy. Churani, changa ni ko. Appreciation award la ni ko. So figure kano ni 1, 2, 3 mo release to min din ni ha to. To analyze ra. Tu ga masai.
Did you please felicitate the sequence to come out?
Honoring sir.
Nico, see felicitation with the militaries though. My first chief guest, the guest of honor, my president,
Mami, have you? Honoring speech.
नमस्कार, सभी को स्वागत एवं आभार सहित अभिनंदन। आज भारतीय चिकित्सक संघ मणिपुर राज्य शाखा की 39वीं अखिल मणिपुर चिकित्सक सम्मेलन 2023 के सुअवसर पर पधारे हुए महामहिम मणिपुर के राज्यपाल सुश्री अनुसुईया उइके जी पहुंच चुकी हैं। आप सभी से मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगा कि आप खड़े होकर माननीय महामहिम का स्वागत करें। साथ ही मैं सभी विशेषज्ञों को मंच में आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा। गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर प्रोफेसर एन राजमोहन सिंह, कुलपति धनमंजूरी विश्वविद्यालय। कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर राजकुमार लेनिन सिंह, फॉर्मर हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट सेक्रेटरी रिम्स। CWC member Dr. Ashangvam Vivekananda Singh, immediate past President IMA State Branch Dr. Jugindra Sorokhaibam, Organizing Secretary Dr. James Elangbam, Vice President of the Function, Chairman Reception Committee, Dr. Senzam Gozendra Singh. सबको मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं मंच पर। आप सभी से विनम्र निवेदन है कि राष्ट्रगान के लिए सब खड़े हो जाइए।
जननायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभाशिष मांगे, गाए तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
धन्यवाद। अतिथि देव भव। जैसे कि आप जानते हैं, हमारी भारतीय परंपरा में अतिथियों को देवों का दर्जा दिया जाता है। हमारे देवता तुल्य अतिथियों को सम्मानित करने के लिए स्वयंसेवकों को यहाँ मंच में मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा। धन्यवाद। देवी और सज्जनों, आज शनिवार 9 दिसंबर 2023 को भारतीय चिकित्सक संघ मणिपुर राज्य शाखा द्वारा आयोजित 39वीं अखिल मणिपुर चिकित्सा सम्मेलन में सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन IMA भारत में आधुनिक चिकित्सा प्रणाली के डॉक्टरों का सबसे बड़ा प्रतिनिधित्व वाला संगठन है, जो डॉक्टरों के हितों के साथ साथ बड़े पैमाने पर समुदाय की भलाई का ख्याल रखता है। इसकी स्थापना सन 1928 में हुई थी। 33 वर्ष पश्चात सन 1961 में IMA मणिपुर शाखा स्थापित हुए, जिसके अंतर्गत IMA म्यूजिक विंग यानी कि संगीत से संबंध, IMA लिटरेरी विंग और IMA स्पोर्ट्स विंग खोली गई थी सन 2022 में। आज सम्मेलन के उद्घाटन समारोह के सुअवसर पर IMA म्यूजिक विंग द्वारा एक मणिपुरी देशभक्ति गीत प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा है। मणिपुर के सुप्रसिद्ध कवि एवं गीतकार स्वर्गीय बी जयंत कुमार शर्मा जी के शब्दों में यह गीत को संगीत से संवारा है इन्हीं के सुपुत्र एवं हमारे गुरुजी आदरणीय डॉक्टर बी विद्यापति शर्मा जी ने। तो लीजिए सुनिए ये गीत नवदुनत लैरो हे इमा मणिपुर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं कार्यक्रम का उप अध्यक्ष IMA मणिपुर स्टेट ब्रांच डॉक्टर सेंजम गोजेंद्र, जो आज के कार्यक्रम का चेयरमैन रिसेप्शन कमेटी हैं, मैं उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं पोडियम पर सम्मेलन का स्वागत भाषण प्रदान करने हेतु। डॉक्टर सेंजम गोजेंद्र।
A very good afternoon to all respected dignitaries on the dais, invitees, and participants gathered here for today's inaugural function of the 39th All Manipur Medical Conference AMAMECON 2023 at the IMA Hall, Lamphelpat, Imphal. I'm so grateful to welcome on behalf of Indian Medical Association, Manipur State Branch, to the conference on the theme Psychosocial Stability, Need of the Hour, with a grand opening session in presence of Honorable Government of Manipur, Ms. Anushya Wike, Vice Chancellor of Dhanamantri University, Professor N. Rajmohan Singh, and President of Indian Medical Association, Professor R.K. Lenin Singh. Indian Medical Association is one of the largest national voluntary organizations of physicians in India and has been rendering unceasing humanitarian services in the state. In the early part of 1960s, when medical facilities were very poor and inadequate, a few doctors organized themselves and formed a branch of Indian Medical Association in 1961 with late Dr. Lenin Singh as the president and Dr. Longjam Jugendra Singh, the secretary in Manipur. Indian Medical Association, Manipur State Branch, was then recognized in the year by IMA headquarters in April 1985. As a state branch, the membership had exceeded the 100 mark by then, and today Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch is with almost 1,050 memberships of all medical doctors of our state. IMA Manipur State Branch has introduced a fellowship in family medicine, FFM, and the first batch, which has been awarded the certificate in recent convocation on 2nd and 3rd December at Kolkata at IMA GP Conference 2023. And IMA Manipur State Branch College of General Practitioners, CGP Manipur, was awarded the best CGP in our country. I feel very privileged to welcome today's chief guest, Honorable Government of Manipur, Ms. Anushya Wike, at this august gathering. Ms. Anushya Wike is a paragon of women empowerment. She has made tremendous contribution for the community development, especially for the women and underprivileged sections of India. She had been taking part in social and political activities since her student days. She served as Rajya Sabha MP of the Bharatiya Janata Party from 2006 to 2012, during which she was a member of several parliamentary committees. She has also served as a vice chairperson of National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. We will remain ever grateful for your kind presence to this action, ma'am. May I also express our heartfelt, grateful and warm welcome to Professor N. Rajmohan Singh, Vice Chancellor of Dhanamantri University, to grace today's function as a guest of honor. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome Professor R.K. Lenin Singh, President, Indian Medical Association, Manipur State Branch, and the former Head of Department Secretary RIMS, Imphal, for presiding today's function as President. Sir, we appreciate your unceasing determination and support in various activities of IMA and promotion of various mental health and civil community services. We welcome you, sir. We are very fortunate to have all the enthusiastic and dedicated medical doctors who are backbone of our nation. I especially welcome all the senior IMA members, all the executive members, past presidents, past secretaries, eminent resource persons, participants, and all the invitees to this conference. Last but not the least, may I welcome Dr. James Elangbam, the organizing secretary, and all the other team members working in their own capacities for this conference. Your presence and grand support are highly appreciated. Finally, I extend my warm welcome to all the print and electronic media to provide media coverage of today's function in the interest of the IMA, Manipur State Branch, and public in general. The success of this conference would not have been possible without your support and publication to the public, general public. Once again, I'll welcome you all. Long live Indian Medical Association, Manipur State Branch. Jai Hind.
आपको धन्यवाद स्वागत भाषण प्रदान करने के लिए। भारतीय परंपरा में दीप प्रज्वलन का महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। अपनी परंपरा को साथ आगे बढ़ाते हुए कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में मंचासीन परम आदरणीय राज्यपाल सुश्री अनुसुईया उइके जी से मैं सादर निवेदन करना चाहूँगा कि वे अपने कर कमलों से दीप को प्रज्वलित कर आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। साथ ही यहाँ मंच पर उपस्थित सभी विशेषज्ञों से भी अनुरोध है कि दीप प्रज्वलन में मुख्य अतिथि का महोदय का सहभागी बने। शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्य धन संपदः शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे बीच मंच पर धनमंजूरी विश्वविद्यालय के माननीय कुलपति महोदय प्रोफेसर एन राजमोहन सिंह जी विद्यमान हैं। आप पूर्व में रसायन विभाग मणिपुर विश्वविद्यालय में आचार्य एवं विभाग अध्यक्ष रहे। साथ ही साथ आप गणित एवं भौतिक विज्ञान संकाय और छात्र कल्याण अधिष्ठाता भी रहे हैं। अब आपसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि सम्मानित अतिथि का उद्बोधन करें। प्रोफेसर एन राजमोहन सिंह जी सर।
Yeah, it's good.
A very good afternoon. Honorable Governor of Manipur, Ms. Anushya Wiki, Chief Guest of this solemn function, respected Dr. R.K. Lenin Singh, President, Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch, and President of this function, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, distinguished invitees, faculty members, research scholars, students, delegates, major persons, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity in the midst of you and say a few words in connection with this 39th AMAMECON 2023 All Manipur Medical Conference with the theme Psychosocial Stability, Need of the Hour. AMAMECON Conference 2023 has rightly chosen the theme of this 39th conference, which is very much relevant in the context of present conflict situation in Manipur. Many of our youngsters, youths, and students are now in many of the relief camps. They are facing lots of problems. They have psycho fear and many other problems. Manipur has been experiencing the current socio-political crisis for the last 7 months, which has disturbed the tranquility of mind, body, and spirit of its citizens. This leads to social unrest, social mental health, hopelessness, even societal tendencies, etc. In such a crucial juncture, in such a situation, the role of medical fraternity is the need of the hour to stabilize the society in general and our youths in particular, to strengthen their mental, physical, and spiritual health. The time has come that we all should recognize commitment to social peace, justice, non-violence, human rights, religious freedom, and democracy. We all know that Indian Medical Association has done so many commendable works, humanitarian works for the cause of state and nation. Kudos to members of IMA. We should make youths know about self-reliance and self-confidence. History reveals to us that the main factor of success of any individual, society, or even a country is a self-reliance, self-confidence, which is the most important weapon. Our spiritual guru, Swami Vivekananda, once said, I quote, "The history of mankind is the history of very few people who had faith in themselves. That faith calls the divinity within, and you can do everything. Faith in themselves, faith in God, this is the secret of success and greatness." This was exemplified by one of our great professor, that is Professor Chandrasekhar Venkataraman, who brought Nobel Prize for first time in India. Not only in India, he was the first Nobel laureate of physics in the whole Southeast Asia. Raman had done very good works without any guide. He has lots of publications, particularly in Nature, Philosophical Magazine, and Proceedings of Academy of Science, London. He has more than 600 original papers. Though he was servicing as Assistant Accountant General in Bhobazar, Kolkata, that time, in 1925, the then Vice Chancellor of Kolkata University, Ashutosh Mukherjee, was so much satisfied, so happy to see Raman's papers. One day in 1925, he asked Raman to have dinner with him. He came to Ashutosh Mukherjee's Vice Chancellor's house. Before taking dinner, he said to Raman, I quote, Raman, I am very, very proud of you. You are the only son of India who can bring India in the scientific map of the world. What next? Unquote. Raman promptly replied, Sir, Nobel Prize. Sir, you see, we don't have Nobel Prize in science. We have only one Nobel Prize now, Nobel laureate now. That is Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. That is in literature. Sir, if you give me facilities for doing research work, I shall bring you Nobel Prize within 5 years. Raman had full confidence in himself. He kept his word. In 1928, February 28, 1 a.m. midnight, he and his student or collaborator K.S. Krishnan could discover secondary ray we call the Raman effect. And Raman was awarded Nobel Prize in 1930. So he kept his word. Friends, this 21st century has been referred to as the knowledge century. In this knowledge century, the most important resource will be the human resource. Now we call human capital. The currency of this 21st century will be the time. The former President APJ Abdul Kalam once said, I quote, human resources, particularly the 300 million young population of the country, are the unique core strength of the country. The most important resource of India now is the ignited young minds on art, above the art, and under the art. Why youths? Because youths are physically, mentally, and spiritually sound age. Youths are the pillars of the nation. Youths are the barometer of the society. Youths are the nerve center of humankind. A nation can progress only when the potentials of the youth are channelized in a constructive way. Once Dr. Catherine Hinkson rightly said, I quote, if we could tap the potentials of the youth and influence them in a positive direction, it would turn art into heaven, unquote. Friends, I hope during this conference, the esteemed healthcare professionals, researchers, and advocates will explore innovative solutions and strategies to tackle the present complex challenges and thereby helping to bring normalcy and peace in the state of Manipur. I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर अपने बहुमूल्य शब्दों के लिए। इस उद्घाटन समारोह के अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर राजकुमार लेनिन सिंह जी न केवल हमारे राज्य मणिपुर के बल्कि पूरे भारतवर्ष में मनोचिकित्सक के रूप में विख्यात हैं। हमारे संस्थान के मनोचिकित्सा विभाग के आप अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं, साथ ही वर्तमान समय में आप भारतीय चिकित्सक संघ मणिपुर शाखा के अध्यक्ष हैं। आज की मणिपुर में वर्तमान परिस्थितियां के चलते हुए कई लोग मानसिक रूप में एक तरह से पीड़ित हो रहे हैं, दिमागी रूप से अशांत हो रहे हैं। पूरे राज्य में लोगों की मानसिक तनाव को दूर करने के लिए राज्य में कोने कोने में स्थित राहत शिविरों में जाकर अपने बहुमूल्य भाषण के रूप में लोगों का मरहम पट्टी करते रहते हैं। अब मैं इन महानुभवी महोदय डॉक्टर राजकुमार लेनिन सिंह जी से निवेदन करना चाहूँगा कि आप समारोह का अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन करें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Ibol. माननीय मैडम गवर्नर ऑफ मणिपुर मैडम अनुष्या उइके जी, हमारा तरफ से नमस्ते। Today it's a very memorable day of IMO Manipur State Branch. In the existence of the last 61 years, today we are getting an opportunity to welcome our senior colleagues and appreciate our junior colleagues and my friends for the dedication and support to the cause of IMA and gathering here in large number and making this program such a pleasant one. So in this inaugural function, I would like to pay my heartiest welcome and regards to our Honorable Governor of Manipur, Madam Anushya Uike, as the chief guest of today's inaugural function. It is one of those moments that Madam has been associated with IMA Manipur State Branch, and we will always remember and cherish this moment in future time to come. Next, the positive attitude towards life and the unending quest for science and research prompted us to invite Professor N. Rasmohan Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dhanmanjuri University, to be our guest of honor, and you have kindly accepted. Thank you very much, sir. And also, sir is very closely associated with medical fraternity, and in future also, we might have scope to work with sir and sir's university. And our very dynamic SWC members are also on the dais, and our immediate past president, Dr. Jogendra Singh, has brought the IMA Manipur State Branch up to such a high level, and we are trying to keep it, maintain it for the future colleagues to come and help us to bring it up. And our Central Working Committee member, Dr. Vivekananda, for a long time he is member of the Central Working Committee, and he is the liaison officer sort of thing with the headquarter. And our Vice President, Dr. Gajendra Singh, my friend and my colleague, he is a very able and then very resourceful person helping in our association. And nonetheless, our dynamic, handsome secretary, our Dr. James, he makes everything possible. With the help of all the volunteers, all the other junior colleagues, they work till midnight for the last 3-4 days. And all the senior colleagues, how do I express my gratitude? we are humbled by the guidance and also by the physical presence of our senior IMA members in large number, and by your mere presence makes this function a successful one. We are so much thankful for all of you. And in the next events also, we are expecting all of you to adorn our house. And we are very proud to appreciate our junior colleagues. This time, many of the junior colleagues come forward and try to help us out, and that makes the function very smooth, and bring many of their colleagues and makes the house full. And this is a very lovely step in the history of IMA Manipur State Branch. I would like to thank all the State Working Committee members and all the delegates, all the speakers and everyone who have come here together and participate in this function. And also I would like to welcome and appreciate the media colleagues. We are at the juncture in our state. We are facing such a difficult socio-political situation. We are bombarded by an unexpected and unwanted, very simple situation, which is sort of man-made disaster. And we have to come out of it successfully. At this juncture, we need everything to come and help each other and contribute. We need education, we need health, we need financial support, we need food, we need shelter, everything. But we think all this will be possible only when our mental frame of mind is calm and peaceful. If we take some decision out of anger, out of frustration, out of emotion, the outcome usually is very, very regrettable. So our theme this time, we have chosen to be the psychosocial stability need of the hour. And if we are stable, even though we are starving, even though we are not having a roof on our head, but we should be calm and we should look forward positively how to solve the problem. That is what we thought about. And I hope the House will agree with us. We should be very calm at this juncture and think positively and move forward, helping each other to come out of this situation. So with this, our conference of 2 days will kick off in the morning, but officially now with the gracious presence of our dignitaries on the dais and our respected delegates of the dais. And I would like to end up my short speech because of the paucity of time. And once again, I am very grateful to each and everyone who are present in this house and the media colleagues, through the media colleagues to everyone in the community, because IMA stands for the community, the prosperous, the help and support we can offer to the community in general, and also to the members of IMA and the members of IMA Manipur State Branch. For this we exist. Long live IMA, long live IMA Manipur State Branch. Namaskar.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर लेनिन अपने बहुमूल्य शब्द के लिए. The next program will be the presentation of Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch President's Appreciation Award, यानी कि IMA Manipur State Branch अध्यक्ष द्वारा दिए जाने वाले प्रशस्ति पुरस्कार. IMA एक लोकतांत्रिक मंच है जो देश में चिकित्सा बिरादरी की गरिमा, सम्मान और सामाजिक सुरक्षा बनाए रखने के लिए काम कर रहा है. यह भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक की गुणवत्ता स्वास्थ्य सेवा प्रदान करने का प्रयास करता है. Today we have selected 3 doctors, eminent doctors of Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch, for the presentation of the IMA Manipur State Branch President's Appreciation Award. The doctors are none other than our immediate past President, Dr. Sorokhaibam Jogendra Singh, our present Secretary, Dr. James Elangbam, and our present Treasurer, Dr. Soram Gautam Singh. मैं विनम्र निवेदन करना चाहूँगा मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से प्रेसिडेंट एप्रिसिएशन अवार्ड से सम्मानित करने के लिए। तो मैं सबसे पहले मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा डॉक्टर सोरोखाइबम जोगिंद्र सिंह। सर आगे आइए। Dr. Sorokhaibam Jogendra Singh is the immediate past president of the IMA Manipur State Branch. He has taken a very active role during the COVID-19 pandemic, which affected not only the state of Manipur, but the entire world. He was instrumental in launching the COHIM app, where the COVID-positive patients of Imphal West were monitored and treated from time to time. It was during his tenure that the different wings of IMA Manipur State Branch, namely the IMA Music Wing, the IMA Literary Wing, and the IMA Sports and Games Wing were opened. Thank you very much, sir, for your immense contribution to the IMA Manipur State Branch in both cash and kind. Next, may I invite Dr. James Elangbam. Dr. James Elangbam is the present Secretary of IMA Manipur State Branch. It is a very long list. Dr. James Elangbam, during his tenure in 2022-23, he started the IMA CGP course, College of General Practitioners. He completed the first floor of the IMA building, and the second floor construction is almost halfway. I will be speaking both these on behalf of Dr. Soram Gautam as well as Dr. James Elangbam. He has vacated the decades-old tenants of the IMA Manipur State Branch, dismantled old structures like the Geet Coffee Corner, fencing of the IMA Manipur State Branch, new IMA kitchen and caretaker quarters inaugurated and constructed, IMA Heritage Building revamped, rainwater harvesting system and plastic tanks of IMA installed, water pump system installed for tap water collection, IMA auditorium upgraded with fans and soundproofing, IMA campus lighting, IMA signboards and logo signages installed, IMA gate upgraded, entrance letter filling done, IMA Sumang concrete maintenance in process, IMA Sinloop contribution to be started from 2024, IMA Stalwarts Get Together made a regular annual event from February 2023. The list is never ending. All this could not have happened without the presidency of Professor Rajkumar Lenin Singh. So a great hand to Professor Rajkumar Lenin Singh, sir, also. So may I now invite Dr. Soram Gautam, our treasurer, also for receiving the IMA Manipur State Branch President's Appreciation Award. So, all of you have made your mark, and you have made an indelible mark in the history of IMA Manipur State Chapter, Manipur State Branch, sorry. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम, बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं. Next, coming up is the release of the souvenir, the bulletin of the IMA doctors known as the Hakchang Pauzel, and the poetry book entitled Chingnungi Hari by the chief guest. तो मैं फिर से मुख्य अतिथि महोदय मैडम से विनम्र निवेदन करना चाहूँगा कि वे अपने कर कमलों से अपना सोवेनिर हकचंग पाउजेल और चिंगनुंगी हरी, जिसमें IMA की अलग अलग डॉक्टरों ने अपने कविताएं लिखी हैं, इनको रिलीज़ करने के लिए, तो मैं अपने स्वयंसेवक को मैं बुलाता हूं मंच पर. May I also invite Dr. Shyam Kumar Laishram, Dr. Irungbam Deven on stage, who are instrumental in bringing out the Hakchang Paujel and Chingnungi Hari. Dr. Irungbam Deven is a professor of anatomy, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, RIMS Imphal. He is a recipient of the prestigious Sahitya Akademi Award for his book, Malang Banakari Hairi. Dr. Irungbam Deven and I were the editors of the poetry book, Chingnungi Hari. We now take the time to honor the distinguished IMA members of Manipur State Branch by the chief guest. IMA is not Manipur State Branch. IMA is 61 years old. It was established in the year 1961 and is entering the 62nd year. Numerous stalwarts of the Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch have contributed from time to time, because as we all know, Rome was not built in a day. So today we're going to honor 5 distinguished doctors of the Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch who have contributed immensely to the growth of the Indian Medical Association Manipur State Chapter. Dr. Nongmai Kapam Jitendra Singh, Dr. Thaudem Tomcha Singh, Dr. Kanguzam Razo Singh, Dr. Thongam Bhimo Singh, so I will be calling out the names one by one. May I invite on stage Dr. Nongmai Kapam Jitendra Singh. Dr. Nongmai Kapam Jitendra Singh was born on 1st March 1954 and is a resident of Uripok, Tarang, Bamlaika, Imphal West, Manipur. He completed his MBBS and MD from the Department of Anesthesiology. He is a retired professor of RIMS Imphal and presently working as the Head of Department of Anesthesiology, CISA Academy of Health Sciences, Lamphelpat. He is the life member of Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch, IMA CGP Faculty Manipur, Doctor on Pedals, Indian Red Cross Society Manipur, Indian Society of Anesthesiologists, and Manipur Heart Care Society. He has published numerous papers in high-index journals in international level, national and state levels. He has attended many a conference. As regards his extracurricular activities, he has received appreciation certificate awarded by His Excellency, the Governor of Manipur, Shri Chintamani Panigrahi, for rendering selfless service for the helpless people in August 1990. He also received appreciation certificate awarded by His Excellency, the Governor of Manipur, Shri La Ganesan, for giving training on basic life care support to Indian Red Cross Society of Manipur in 2021. He is a member of Medical Committee on 11th National and 1st State Level Tournament for Sports, Hockey and Football. He is a member of Medical Committee of the 1st State Level Under 18 Football Tournament 2005, organized by MTM Lamdeng Khunau, Manipur. It is learned that Dr. Omaikapam Jitendra is not personally present today amongst us. May I now invite on stage Dr. Thaudem Tomcha Singh. Dr. Thaudem Tomcha Singh was born in 1951. He completed his medical graduation in 1975 from Guwahati University and MD in radiotherapy from the prestigious PGI-MER Chandigarh in 1984. Thereafter, he joined service from year 1977 as Assistant Surgeon Grade 1 in the Department of Anesthesiology, RMC, Imphal. Later on, he got shifted to Department of Radiotherapy, RIMS. There he worked in different capacities like Assistant Professor, Associate Professor, Professor and Head of Department, and in charge Regional Cancer Center and Tertiary Cancer Center, and as the Hostel Warden, Dean, School of Medical Sciences, Manipur University, etc. He was a recipient of Joseph Traveling Fellowship from the Association of Radiation Oncologists of India, under which he underwent further training in oncology at Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai in the year 1991. He also underwent training in brachytherapy from Royal Marsden Hospital, London, and Christie Hospital, Manchester in 1994. He had also successfully completed professional diploma in clinical research. In appreciation of his achievements, he was conferred Fellow of Indian College of Radiation Oncologists, Fellow of Indian Medical Society, India Medical Society, Outstanding Contribution Award in the field of oncology by Dr. B. Barwa Cancer Institute, and Paul Harris Fellow from Rotary International. He delivered the Dr. Rangi Prasad Memorial Oration Lecture in 2008 and invited by Association of Radiation Oncologists of India, and Dr. W. Jatishore Memorial Oration Lecture in 2015, organized by IMA Manipur State Branch. I'll cut short. He's reading out the biodata because I may take more time. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Thaudem Tomcha, retired professor from and head of Department of Radiation Oncology from RIMS and presently serving in American Oncology Institute, Sajiva. The next recipient is Dr. Karam Lokendro. Dr. Karam Lokendro was born on 22nd January 1956 in Imphal. In the year 1978, he completed MBBS from RMC, now RIMS. In the year 1983, he completed MD in dermatovenerology from AIMS, New Delhi. In the year 1979, he joined State Health Services under Government of Manipur and worked in various government hospitals as junior consultant, and senior consultant. Since 2012, he took responsibilities of various administrative services under medical department. He worked as the first director of Ayush and was instrumental in laying a solid foundation of the Department of Manipur. He worked as the first registrar of Manipur Medical Council and took the solid role of establishing and shaping various policies of the council. He also worked as Director Health Services and State Mission Director under Government of Manipur and retired voluntarily from active service in August 2019. Dr. Karam Lokendro joined IMA Manipur State Branch in 1983 as a life member. He was elected Assistant Secretary of the branch in the same year. Then he was very actively involved in the various activities of the IMA Manipur as a member of the State Working Committee, SWC, in various capacities. He was in charge of Assistant Secretary for 2 years, Editor of the Association for 3 years, Joint Secretary for 2 years, and Honorary State Secretary for 4 years. Vice President for 2 years and an executive member of the SWC for many years. He had contributed his services as a state representative in IMA headquarters for 4 years. Currently, he is involving in various other state, national, and international medical associations. Now, he is one of the board members of Manipur Medical Council and also practicing as a censor Senior Consultant Dermatologist at Skin Care Center, Imphal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Karam Lokendra, who has generously donated the Gaurakishore Award, Karam Gaurakishore Award, in memory of his beloved father for the best graduate, medical graduate of the year. Thank you. May I now invite on the dais Dr. Kanguzam Razo Singh, retired Director, Health and Family Welfare and State Health Mission, Government of Manipur. He is MBBS and MD in Anesthesiology. Born on 1st December 1958, he belongs to Sagolban Bijoy Govinda. He is the Head of Department and Senior Consultant Anesthesiologist at Karkinos Cancer Institute and Research Center, Manipur. He held many posts during his long duration professional experiences, starting from 2000, spanning over almost 15-20 years. So because of paucity of time, sir, I'm sorry, I'm not able to read out the whole thing. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Kanguzam Razo Singh. Last but not the least, may I welcome on stage Dr. Thongam Bhimo Singh. Dr. Thongam Bhimo Singh, sir. I think sir is also absent today amongst us. So let us finish the award presentation now. May I call the recipient of the Dr. Karam Gaurakishore Memorial Award for the Best Graduate of the Year, Dr. Meghna Sheila. Dr. Ketrimayum Meghna Sheila. She belongs to the Regional Institute of Medical Sciences. May I request once again the chief guest of the function, Honorable Governor of Manipur, Ms. Anusuya Uikeji, to kindly present the Karam Gaurakishore. It carries a cash prize of rupees 50,000 and is donated by none other than Dr. Karam Lokendra, who had just received the IMA Award for Distinguished Services. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम। मंजिल मिले ना मिले इसका है गम नहीं मुझे, मंजिल मिले ना मिले इसका है गम नहीं मुझे, मंजिल की जुस्तजू में मेरा कारवां तो है। हमारे बीच उपस्थित मुख्य अतिथि सुश्री अनुसुया उइके जी का परिचय चंद शब्दों में पिरोना चाहूँगा। आपका जन्म 10 अप्रैल 1957 में छिंदवाड़ा, मध्य प्रदेश में हुआ था। आप एक कुशल राजनीतिज्ञ हैं और वर्तमान में मणिपुर के राज्यपाल के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। लगभग 4 दशक के आपके लंबे राजनीति के सफ़र को 1-2 मिनट में बयान करना नामुमकिन है। आपने विभिन्न संसदीय तथा विभागीय समितियों के उत्तरदायित्व निभाई हैं। आपको दलित समुदाय के उत्थान के लिए डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर फेलोशिप से सम्मानित किया गया था। आपको 21 सितंबर 1989 में मध्य प्रदेश विधानसभा क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्ट कार्य करने के लिए जागरूक विधायक सम्मान से नवाजा गया था। छिंदवाड़ा जिला में मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलने में भी आपका अहम भूमिका रही है। इंटरनेट के माध्यम से जब मैं आपके बायोडाटा देख रहा था तब आपके जीवन से जुड़ी कुछ कहानियां सामने आई। आपके जन्म से लेकर वर्तमान समय तक के सफ़र में आपने जितने भी संघर्ष किए हैं, उन सब संघर्षों से जूझने की आपकी साहस को नमन करते हुए मैं अपने कविता संग्रह में से एक कविता आपको समर्पित करना चाहूँगा। ये कविता इस प्रकार है। कविता का नाम मणिपुरी में नुपी लाल, इसका अनुवाद हिंदी में मैंने किया है नारी संघर्ष। अगर मैडम आप परमिशन दें तो मैं कुछ इसको सभा के सामने मैं पेश करना चाहता हूँ। नारी संघर्ष। सर्दी के सुबह वाली कड़ाके की ठंड में झीनी चदरिया ओढ़े, घरेलू कामकाज को पूरा करने पर तुली, चहूं दिशा के भाग दौड़ में पसीने से लथपथ होना क्या नारी संघर्ष नहीं है? अपने प्यारे माँ बाप भाइयों को पीछे छोड़कर अपने घर बार किसी दूसरे कुल में लीन होने की हिम्मत रखना क्या नारी संघर्ष नहीं है? अपने नवजात शिशु को पीठ पर लिए, साग सब्जी को सिर पर लादे, ख्वारंबन कैथेल को जाना, अपने पेट के लिए पैसे कमाती हुई परिवार को संभालने का यह कृत्य क्या नारी संघर्ष नहीं है? हाथ में मशाल लिए प्रत्येक मोहल्ले के महिला संघ में रात भर जागकर महिला पाइबी के रूप में मोहल्ले का संरक्षण करना क्या नारी संघर्ष नहीं है? कुंजरानी, मेरी कॉम, सरिता प्रतिभाशाली है, महिला श्रेष्ठ सभी। महिला होते हुए भी क्या करेगा पुरुष उनके मुकाबले? अपने शौर्य बल प्रदर्शित करने का ये कृत्य क्या नारी संघर्ष नहीं है? हर पेशा जो ये अपनाती, हर क्षेत्र जहाँ से ये जाती, रण ध्वजा गारती, प्रसिद्ध पाती, इन सब के ये कारनामे क्या नारी संघर्ष नहीं है? बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदया मैडम श्री अनुसुईया उइके जी को मैं पोडियम पर आमंत्रित करता हूँ अपने बहुमूल्य भाषण प्रदान करने के लिए। मैडम।
इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन मणिपुर स्टेट ब्रांच के द्वारा आज 39वीं ऑल मणिपुर मेडिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस 2023 के इस उद्घाटन समारोह में मंचासीन उपस्थित रिस्पेक्टेड श्री राज मोहन सिंह जी, वाइस चांसलर धनमंजुरी यूनिवर्सिटी इम्फाल मणिपुर, रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर R.K. लेनिन सिंह जी, प्रेसिडेंट इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन मणिपुर स्टेट ब्रांच, रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर जेम्स इल गबम, रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर S. Gojendro, Vice President जी, respected Dr. S. Jugendro, ex-President, मेडिकल एसोसिएशन के सभी मेंबर्स, डॉक्टर्स, रिस्पेक्टेड गेस्ट, मेडिकल एसोसिएशन के सभी पदाधिकारी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एवं प्रिंट मीडिया के रिपोर्टर, आप सभी को मेरा प्रणाम, नमस्कार। मैं ऑल मणिपुर मेडिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस 2023 में उपस्थित विभिन्न माध्यम से जुड़े सभी यहाँ पर गेस्ट डॉक्टर्स को मैं बधाई देती हूँ कि आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का विषय साइको सोशल स्टेबिलिटी नीड ऑफ द आवर, जिसका शाब्दिक अर्थ मनो सामाजिक स्थिरता इस समय की आवश्यकता है। वास्तव में यह विषय बहुत कठिन, तकनीकी और सामयिक विषय है, किंतु डॉक्टर के दृष्टिकोण से विचार करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण और आवश्यक है। मैं हालांकि स्टार्ट में बोलना था, आज जिन सभी उन डॉक्टर्स को जो अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया गया, उन सभी का मैं अभिनंदन करती हूँ, उनको हार्दिक बधाई एवं शुभकामना देती हूँ। मैं यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं उनसे मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, एक बहुत बड़ा आप सबके लिए भी एक मैसेज होता है कि जीवन में हम जिस प्रोफेशन में हैं, क्या हमने अपने जीवन में उसकी पूरी तरह से ईमानदारी के साथ उन तमाम चीज़ों को, अपने कर्तव्यों को ध्यान में रखते हुए पूरी तरह से एक समर्पण की भावना से, और जो व्यक्ति जीवन में समर्पण की भावना से, मानवीय संवेदना के साथ जो कार्य करता है, वो हमेशा समाज और राष्ट्र में सम्मान पाता है। जैसे आज के हमारे वो सारे डॉक्टर्स जिनको आज अवार्ड दिया गया है, और मैं समझती हूँ कि ये सारे चीज़ें आप सब की भावनाओं में होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप सब लोग जो यहाँ हैं, भगवान के बाद अगर इंसान किसी को अगर मानता है भगवान के रूप में, तो वो डॉक्टर्स को मानता है। और आप जो दूसरों की नई जीवन को एक नया जीवन देने का काम करते हैं, आज मैं उन तमाम सारे जो यहाँ पर आए हुए डॉक्टर्स का मैं अभिनंदन करती हूँ, और एसोसिएशन के सभी लोगों का भी मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि आपने आज ऐसे विषय के ऊपर आज जो कार्यशाला रखी है, वो वास्तव में आज की बहुत आवश्यकता है, समय की आवश्यकता है, और इस पर चर्चा होनी चाहिए। तो मैं आज जो इस विषय के ऊपर आपका डिस्कशन होगा, निश्चित रूप से भविष्य में इससे हमारे समाज को, लोगों के लिए, देश के लिए कुछ रास्ता और मदद मिलेगी। आज की बिजी लाइफ की वजह से व्यक्ति मेंटल स्ट्रेस में रहता है, इसलिए इस विषय पर विचार करने, इसके समाधान खोजने की बहुत आवश्यकता है। साइको सोशल एक ऐसा शब्द है जो मनोवैज्ञानिक और समाज को जोड़ता है। साइको सोशल का अर्थ किसी व्यक्ति के दिमाग या व्यवहार पर सामाजिक कारकों का प्रभाव भी हो सकता है। मनो सामाजिक स्वास्थ्य जीवन के 4 पहलुओं पर केंद्रित है: मानसिक, भावनात्मक और सामाजिक और आध्यात्मिक। ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि स्वास्थ्य जीवन के हम 4 पहलुओं पर इस पर विचार करें कि अगर हमारा मन, मस्तिष्क अगर स्वस्थ और खुश, आनंद से अगर रहेगा, तो हम किसी भी कार्य को करने में हम एक बहुत ही एक प्रकार से हमें लोगों को और खुद को भी हम एक स्वस्थ रखने की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका अदा कर सकते हैं। भावनात्मक, सामाजिक और आध्यात्मिक। सामाजिक की जहाँ तक बात है, ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आज आप सब देखते हैं कि किस तरह से आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में लोग अपनी व्यस्त बिजी लाइफ में लेकर दौड़ रहा है, व्यस्त हो रहा है, लेकिन वो कभी कभी सोचता नहीं कि मेरा स्वास्थ्य अगर अच्छा होगा, मेरी मानसिक स्थिति अच्छी होगी, तो मैं खुद अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखूँगा तो लोगों को भी स्वस्थ रखूँगा और समाज को और देश को भी मैं स्वस्थ रखूँगा। लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि 2020 और 21 में पूरे देश और दुनिया में जब इस तरह की ट्रेजेडी आई थी, एक दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ था कोरोना को लेकर, जिसकी कोई कभी किसी ने कल्पना नहीं किया होगा। मैं आप सबको बधाई देती हूँ। उस समय आपने जो भूमिका अदा की है, शायद आप लोगों की मदद और सहयोग से ही वो लोग स्वस्थ हुए और कई लोगों की आपने जान बचाई है। लेकिन उस समय भी कोरोना हमें कुछ सीख दे गया है कि जब लोगों को टाइम नहीं मिलता था अपने परिवार में, अपने लोगों में, एक समय आया कि सब लोग घर में इकट्ठे हो गए और फिर एक दूसरे के साथ समय बिताना वो भी एक आनंद का पहलू था। जब हमारे अंदर किसी तरह का टेंशन होता है तो हम अपने पुराने ज़माने में सारे लोग एक साथ रहते थे संयुक्त परिवार में। जब भी कोई किसी के जीवन में कोई ऐसी कोई परेशानी आती तो वो हमारे बड़े बुजुर्गों के साथ डिस्कशन करते थे, जिससे उसको एक बहुत बड़ा दिशा मिलती थी और एक बड़ा रिलैक्स भी महसूस करता था। और उस परिस्थिति में लोगों ने एक अपने आप को भी उसमें ढाला और अपने स्वास्थ्य के प्रति भी उसके मन में आया कि ये मेरे लिए सब कुछ, सब एक तरफ रह जाएगा, लेकिन मेरा जीवन अगर मैं रहूँगा तो सब कुछ मेरे लिए जीवन नहीं है सब कुछ। उस समय की स्थितियों का जब आकलन करिए तो ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी होता है कि समाज में भी इस समय की स्थिति में लोग अकेले रहकर और परिवार के साथ ना होने के कारण भी बहुत सारी परिस्थितियां उसके साथ निर्मित हो रही है और कई परिवार विघटन की। और भी ये जो मैं अपने आप को जैसा महसूस करती हूँ, मैंने ये देखा है। और आध्यात्मिक की ओर की भी बात जब करते हैं, एक बात है कि जितने भी हमारे ग्रंथ हैं आध्यात्मिक, और उन ग्रंथों से भी लोगों का ध्यान उतना नहीं जाता है कि आध्यात्मिक शक्ति में ताकत क्या होती है। ये बड़ा मनोबल बढ़ाता है, लोगों को जीवन में खुशियाँ, आनंद और एक प्रकार से एक बहुत बड़ा एक ऐसा ये क्षेत्र है। इसके लिए तो कहना चाहिए कि मैं अपने जीवन में सबसे बड़ी चीज़ होती कि मैं महाभारत गीता का जो उपदेश है, अगर आप सब लोग भी अगर पढ़ेंगे, आपने टीवी के माध्यम से भी देखा होगा उस समय महाभारत का और गीता का जो उपदेश है, एक एक शब्द अगर आप उसको पढ़ेंगे तो आपको बहुत शांति मिलेगी, बहुत ही एक प्रकार से जीवन में एक दिशा मिलेगी। और कैसे हम एक दूसरे के साथ एक भावनात्मक रूप से जुड़ सकते हैं, रिश्ते बना सकते हैं और एक समाज को भी नई दिशा दे सकते हैं। तो ये तमाम सारी चीज़ें मुझे लगता है इस विषय पर आप लोग जो विषय रखा है इस विषय पे, तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि इन चीज़ों को, और आज आप देख रहे हैं कि जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं इसकी ओर ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं। माँ बाप, फादर इस तरह से उनको मतलब उनके अंदर इतना ट्रेस होता है, वो इतना कंपटीशन में आज बहुत सारे नए यूथ सुसाइड कर रहे हैं, आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं। आपने देखा होगा कोटा में, आज देश के अन्य राज्यों में जहाँ कंपटीशन में लोग जा रहे हैं बड़ी बड़ी चीज़ों को, तो माँ बाप, मेरे गार्जियन से भी मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप उनको भी मोटिवेशन देना चाहिए कि वो अपने बच्चों के ऊपर इतना प्रेशर ना बनाएं, इतना टेंशन उसको ना लाए कि वो जीवन ही समाप्त कर दे। आज हजारों बच्चे इस तरह से टेंस में मानसिक प्रॉब्लम के कारण अपनी आप को खो दे रहे हैं। ये हालात हैं देश के अंदर और इसमें आप सब लोगों की बहुत भूमिका है। इस ओर भी आपको विशेष ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। मुझे बताया गया कि 20वीं शताब्दी के उत्तरार्ध में एरिक्सन के जोआन एक्सिंग के साथ मिलकर साइकोसोशल विकास का सिद्धांत प्रतिपादित किया गया। इस सिद्धांत के अनुसार सभी स्वस्थ व्यक्तियों को बचपन से लेकर वृद्धावस्था तक पहुंचने में 8 चरणों से लेकर गुजरना पड़ता है। किसी व्यक्ति का व्यक्तित्व कैसे विकसित होता है और बचपन से वयस्क होते तक सामाजिक कौशल कैसे सीखे जाते हैं, इसके लिए मनोसामाजिक विकास का अध्ययन करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि यह व्यक्तिगत विकास और कल्याण को बढ़ावा देता है। जीवन के अलग अलग चरणों में आने वाली चुनौतियों और अवसरों को पहचान कर विकास का मार्ग दिखाता है। मुझे बताया गया कि इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन की स्थापना 1928 में हुई थी। आज देश में करीब 1700 शाखाओं और लगभग 3,50,000 डॉक्टर सदस्यों के साथ सबसे बड़ा संघ है। एसोसिएशन विशेष रूप से ग्रामीण और रिमोट एरिया में सभी के स्वास्थ्य देखभाल में सुधार के लिए पहल करता है। एसोसिएशन राष्ट्रीय स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम जैसे वैक्सीनेशन, एनसीडी, फैमिली वेलफेयर और मानव स्वास्थ्य के लिए नेशनल प्रोग्राम, कम्युनिटी हेल्थ प्रोग्राम के क्रियान्वयन में योगदान देता है। एसोसिएशन सरकारी और निजी क्षेत्रों के डॉक्टर के लिए विचारों, विशेषज्ञता का आदान प्रदान करने और उनके अधिकारों की रक्षा और उनकी भलाई को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच है। मणिपुर राज्य शाखा की स्थापना 1961 में की गई थी। आज एसोसिएशन लगभग 800 सदस्यों के साथ अपने भवन में संचालित है। इसे मुख्यालय से मान्यता प्राप्त है, पुरस्कार भी मिले हैं। विभिन्न स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं के बारे में जन जागरूकता के लिए एसोसिएशन का बहुत अच्छी जनरल हेगचोंग पाओजेल निकाल रही है। मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देती हूँ आपके एसोसिएशन का, ये बहुत अच्छा काम आप लोग कर रहे हैं। हमारे डॉक्टर्स और चिकित्सा कर्मियों द्वारा राज्य में स्वास्थ्य के लिए जो काम किया जा रहा है यह सराहनीय है। डॉक्टर स्वास्थ्य सेवा प्रदान करने में मदद करते हैं, विशेषकर उन लोगों को जो अधिक महंगे निजी अस्पताल का खर्च वहन नहीं कर सकते। हमें मेडिकल आवश्यकताओं को देखते हुए स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का विस्तार करना होगा ताकि इसे ग्रामीण आबादी तक आसानी से पहुंचाया जा सके। साथ ही चिकित्सा सेवाओं का बुनियादी ढांचा विकसित करने की भी आवश्यकता है। प्राप्त जानकारी के अनुसार मणिपुर में बच्चों में अंधापन बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए विस्तृत सर्वेक्षण और इसकी रोकथाम के प्रयास डॉक्टर एवं संबंधितों द्वारा करने की आवश्यकता है। चिकित्सा विज्ञान भारत के लिए नया नहीं है। वर्षों पूर्व प्राचीन भारत के महान चिकित्सा श्रुति ने अपनी पुस्तक में बीमारियों, उनके प्रबंधन और सर्जरी के उत्कृष्ट उपचार के बारे में लिखा था। स्वास्थ्य देखभाल का पूरा कार्य सरकार अकेले नहीं कर सकती। हमें स्वास्थ्य और बॉडी फिटनेस में सुधार करके बीमारियों को रोकने की शुरुआत करनी चाहिए। मेडिकल मांग को देखते हुए वॉलंटियर और संगठनों को हॉस्पिटल और अन्य हेल्थ केयर सेंटर स्थापित करने के लिए मोटिवेट किया जाना चाहिए। मुझे यह जानकर खुशी है कि एसोसिएशन स्वास्थ्य जागरूकता बढ़ाने की गतिविधि चला रहा है। मैं एसोसिएशन से यह भी अपील करना चाहूँगी कि राज्य के रिमोट एरिया में जहाँ चिकित्सा सुविधा की उपलब्धता कम है वहाँ अधिक से अधिक निःशुल्क स्वास्थ्य शिविर आयोजित करें। मुझे विश्वास है कि इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन अपने उद्देश्य लोगों को अधिक से अधिक वैज्ञानिक जानकारी उपलब्ध कराना और जीवन शैली में सुधार करने के लक्ष्य में अनुरूप कार्य करेगा। आज एक बात मैं और कहना चाहती हूँ। हालांकि आपको ये भी जानकारी के तौर पर बता दूं कि जब मैं मणिपुर में 22 फरवरी को मैंने पदभार गवर्नर के रूप में संभाला और मुझे यहाँ आकर और यहाँ के लोगों और यहाँ की संस्कृति और यहाँ का जो भौगोलिक ज्योग्राफी वाई जो देखा मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। और जो मैं यहाँ का कल्चर जब देखती थी तो मैं बाहर दूसरे अन्य प्रदेशों को लोगों को ये कहती थी कि अगर भारतीय संस्कृति और यहाँ का जो सद्भावना भाईचारा एक दूसरे के अंदर कम्युनिटी के प्रति जो एक दूसरे का स्नेह अगर कहीं देखने को मिलता है तो वो मेरे मणिपुर प्रदेश में देखिए। ये बहुत ही मुझे, लेकिन कुछ ईश्वर का कुछ ऐसी था जिसके बारे में सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि कभी इस तरह का भी दिन हमें देखने को मिलेगा कि जिस तरह से 3 मई को ये घटना हुई थी। और जो कुछ भी हुआ उसमें लोगों को आज भी मतलब उस घटना को सुनकर आज भी कई लोग मानसिक रूप से किस तरह से पीड़ित हैं। आपको मालूम होगा आज भी 60,000 लोग कैंपों में रह रहे हैं, 5,000 के लगभग जिनके घर बर्न हो गए। मैं जब कैंपों में जाती है उनके साथ मिलती हूँ, उसकी मानसिक रूप से आप देखिए कि उसके अंदर किस तरह का वो जीवन से गुजर रहा है, उसका पूरा परिवार, उसका घर। और इस समय आप सब लोगों की बहुत आवश्यकता है। वास्तव में जरा भी उनको थोड़ा भी आपने जाकर हेल किया, ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। मैंने कोशिश की हर कैंपों में जाकर, उनके बीच में जाकर, मैं ये भूल गई थी कि मैं मणिपुर गवर्नर हूँ। एक परिवार के सदस्य के रूप में मैं उनके साथ बैठकर चर्चा की, उनके बच्चों से मिली। ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ होती है। और यही चीज़ें अगर आप लोगों ने भी, ये अभियान आपका एसोसिएशन इन कैंपों में आप कर रहे हैं, मुझे मालूम है, लेकिन एक बार नहीं, इसको कंटिन्यू रखिए। पता नहीं ये कब तक लोग ये कैंपों में रहेंगे। मैं तो ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि भगवान ये जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ पीस आ जाए मणिपुर में, और लोग फिर से एक नई जिंदगी और जो एक भाईचारा की भावना है वो फिर से शुरुआत हो जाए और हमारा मणिपुर एक विकास की ओर आगे बढ़े। तो ये इस तरह का मैंने प्रयास किया। इसके पूर्व मैं छत्तीसगढ़ की गवर्नर रही, वहाँ 3.5 साल का मेरा कार्यकाल रहा। वहाँ पर भी बहुत सारी चुनौती थी, दूसरे तरीके की चुनौती, वहाँ का भी मैंने सामना किया। और वहाँ के लोगों को भी आपको मैं बताना चाहती हूँ कि बहुत कम गवर्नर के बारे में आपने जाना होगा, सुना होगा, लेकिन मैंने छत्तीसगढ़ में करीब 20,000 लोगों को अपने गवर्नर राजभवन में उनसे सीधे मुलाकात की। आखिरी व्यक्ति जो 80 किलोमीटर दूर से पैदल चलकर मेरे पास आता था, मैंने राजभवन को जन भवन में परिवर्तन कर दिया। लोगों को एक उम्मीद थी कि एक गवर्नर, क्योंकि ये जो पद है ये ईश्वर ने दिया है आप प्रदेश की जनता के लिए, लोगों की सेवा के लिए, क्योंकि गवर्नर हाउस में एक बहुत सारी सुविधा होकर और व्यक्ति बैठ जाता है। जब उसके सामने कोई व्यक्ति अपने दुख और दर्द को सुनाने आता है तो मेरे मन में भी मैं सोचती हूँ कि ये सारी चीज़ें तो मैं उनके लिए हूँ, और इसीलिए मैं वही मानवीय संवेदना के साथ मैंने कार्य किया और यहाँ भी मैं काम कर रही हूँ। मैं चाहती हूँ कि आपका सबका स्नेह और आशीर्वाद मुझे मिले, जब तक मैं मणिपुर में हूँ यहाँ की लोगों की मैं सेवा कर सकूँ और आप सब लोगों का भी सहयोग मुझे मिल सके। तो इसीलिए आप सब लोग इन समस्याओं का समाधान के लिए प्रयास करें, लोगों की मदद करें। अंत में यहाँ पर हमारे एसोसिएशन के सभी लोगों को मैं तहे दिल से बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, और यहाँ जितने भी लोग हैं उन्हें भी बहुत धन्यवाद और शुभकामना देती हूँ कि इसी तरह से आप मानव की सेवा करते हुए उनके स्वास्थ्य के प्रति उन्हें जागरूक करें। जीवन है तो सब कुछ है, वरना जीवन स्वस्थ नहीं रहेगा तो ये तमाम सारी चीज़ें हमारे लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। और यही भावना को लेकर मैं समझती हूँ कि आप समाज और देश के लिए कार्य करे। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ आप सबको पुनः धन्यवाद। थगत जरी, जय भारत, जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम। आपने तमाम व्यस्तताओं को छोड़कर आज अखिल मणिपुर चिकित्सा सम्मेलन के उद्घाटन समारोह में अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ मैडम। Before we proceed to the vote of thanks, we have a presentation of memento from the IMA Manipur State Branch and IMA College of General Practitioners. The award is going to be presented to Caesar Hospitals and Research Institute, Langol, for the immense help that the hospital has rendered towards the successful materialization of the fellowship certificate course in family medicine. So, to receive the memento, may I invite on stage Dr. K.H. Palin, Chief Medical Director, Caesar Hospitals and Research Institute. Dr. Jugendra Sorokhabam is on the stage. He is the Medical Superintendent of the hospital. Dr. Boni Kundongbam, CEO of Caesar Hospitals, and Mrs. Gayatri Maibam, Nursing Superintendent of the Caesar Hospital. May I once again request our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Governor of Manipur, Madam Anusuya Uikeji, to present a memento to the doctors of Caesar Hospital and Research Institute, Langol, Imphal. The inmates of Khangabog Relief Camp has a small token of appreciation for our Honorable Chief Guest of Manipur. So may I call up on the stage the inmates of the Khangabog Relief Camp under the aegis of A. Subhas Singh IAS, Deputy Commissioner Thobal. This is made by the displaced persons, internally displaced persons who are staying in the Khangabog Relief Camp.
Madam Governor ne award winner मैम दो पुलप last group photograph नाम से है.
The inmates of Khangabog Relief Camp अपने हाथों से बनाया इस बास्केट को हमारे आज का कार्यक्रम समाप्त होने को आया है, तो मैं Dr. James Elangbam, Organizing Secretary, AMAMECON 2023, who is also the Secretary of IMA Manipur State Branch. May I invite Tamo James to kindly propose his vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibol. I, Dr. James Elangbam, Honorary State Secretary of Indian Medical Association, Manipur State Branch, am extremely privileged to propose the vote of thanks on this 39th AMAMECON 2023. It is indeed an honor for me to acknowledge the hard work, the support, the contributions of various members of the Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch, which have culminated into the successful conduct of this wonderful annual conference of the medical fraternity. Srimati Anushya Uike ji, Madam, Honorable Governor, आपको आदर प्रणाम. इंडियन मेडिकल एसोसिएशन मणिपुर स्टेट ब्रांच का निमंत्रण स्वीकार करने के लिए और हमारे बीच चीफ गेस्ट के हैसियत से कुछ लम्हे बिताने के लिए आभारी हूँ. I also like to give my sincere thanks to Sir Rajmohan Singh, the guest of honor, who is the Vice Chancellor for Dhanamanjuri University, for sparing time and being with us in our inauguration function. I would also like to give my thanks to our President of today's function and also the President of Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch, Sir R.K. Lenin Singh, for being the inspiration and also to push us in our times of lethargy. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us here. In the last year of my tenure, Dr. Shorokaibam Jugendra Singh, our immediate past president, who was a very dynamic president and have molded the Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch into a vibrant fraternity. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us here. I would also like to thank the Vice President of Indian Medical Association, Sir S. Gojendra Singh, for being with us and also helping us out with the reception committee for this particular conference. Dr. A. Vivekananda Singh, who has always been here for almost more than 15 years in Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch, who have been guiding us through, and also the liaison officer with the state and the headquarters. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us and helping us out. I would fail in my duty if I do not acknowledge the presence of my senior teachers, the esteemed doctors of the state, and also my teachers who are present both from the state, the medical colleges, and also from the private hospitals, my colleagues, students, and juniors for being with us here to make this function successful and indeed a memorable one. I'd like to acknowledge my sincere thanks to the print and electronic media for making this coverage live and also to be done as a relay for the conference. For the next 2 days, for tomorrow also they're covering. Thank you very much for being with us. I would be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the presence of indigenous displaced people from Moreh, Sugnu, Sero, and other parts of Manipur who are being here and have readily agreed to host a stall with their handicrafts. After the inauguration ceremony, kindly visit the stalls by the side of the Heritage Hall and buy some of their handicrafts. The infusion of younger blood into the Indian Medical Association Manipur State Branch has brought us live, and in the midst of people like Dr. Wangol Kiam, Dr. A.K. Ibohal, Dr. R.K. Ranjan, Dr. Dingo K., Dr. Akham Ngamba, Dr. Tombram Jayananda, Dr. Vikramjit Matum, Dr. Lalit Kumar, Dr. Mona Nomaikapam, etc., who has been working with us for the past 2 or 3 weeks to make this preparation of the conference successful. Thank you very much for being with us here. I would like to mention a few names before I wind up. Dr. Nelson Loitongbam, Dr. N.G. Arun Kumar, Dr. L. Sachindra, Dr. S. Gautam. Also, my sincere thanks to our office assistants, Gangmei, Mr. Stravan, and our caretaker, Jiten, our housekeeping staff, Naubi, for being very, very helpful. And we, for the past 2 to 3 weeks, we have been here in this particular campus from almost the later part of the evening till around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So they have been being a big help in making this conference successful. The theme of today's conference, Psychosocial Stability, the Need of the Hour, which is very, very apt in the present crisis situation. The need to preserve our integrity, the need to preserve our psychosocial health, not only the physical, not only the monetary, is paramount. Such is the importance that we have kept this theme to discuss all throughout today and tomorrow. Thank you very much for being with us. If I have missed anybody in giving my vote of thanks, yes, the most important person I have missed, as usual, scientific session ki akoigi committee kano paibiriba Dr. Salam Ranabir. Without him, our scientific session organization would not have been possible at all. Thank you very much, sir. Taton, Ranabir, his team. I would also like to thank very much to our music teacher, Oja Bidyabati Sharma, for helping us out and being a part of the IMA Manipur State Branch. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tamo James. Let us all rise for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता जय है जय है जय है जय 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 है। धन्यवाद। हमारे राज्यपाल महोदय के आदेश अनुसार जितने भी हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम में पुरस्कृत डॉक्टर्स, all the doctors who have received awards, IMA Manipur State Branch President's Appreciation Award, as well as the Award for Distinguished Doctors and Dr. Karam Gaurakishore Memorial Award, and the doctors of Caesar Hospital, please come onto the stage for a group photograph with our honorable chief guest. All the recipients of the awards. Sir Karam Lokendra, Sir Kanguzam Razo, kindly come up on the stage for a group photograph with the respect all the awardees of today's inaugural program, all the distinguished IMA doctors who have received the award for the distinguished services. Sir,
volunteer amta kano offices na amta kano to sangal lo ma mani nati kadai lo
sir kano kano music kano beli tu jekna
tu mana ke
tom sa
nati karam le
number ya kan Dr. Meghna Sila, Dr. Khetrimir Meghna Sila, Madam Gayatri,